Oh no.
Roman, where are you?
Hey,
What's
you all
that?
are live, by the way.
Right.
Oh, my bad.
I'm live.
Yeah,
No,
we're
I
live.
said,
I'm live.
no, I asked Roman where he was. Just for the people, Roman, so somebody can come, handle
We're
this.
live. We're live on everything right now.
On you, Instagram too?
What up, world?
Archie, shut up. Sound
You
like a
shut up,
damn
y'all.
Mario go-kart little thing.
Yo, we really. everyone, hello from your future champ. Hello, everybody.
You heard the crickets? Bullshit. Not a champ, boy.
From your future champ. Hello, everybody. Hello.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the 2020 Griffith Family Fantasy Football League Draft. My name is Jeremy John, the commissioner of the league, and we have our draft analyst, Harold Laws, host of the OSS 980 Other Side of Sports podcast. Harold, how's everything going with you? You are muted, Harold.
Acting like a novice out here. Yeah, we ready to roll, man. Feeling good, ready to roll.
All right. Just want to remind you all, and before we start, let's do a congratulations to last year's champion, Archie Seabrooks. Congratulations, Archie, for becoming the champion. I am a little unprepared right now. I forgot to bring up my script. I had a script of things that we're going to do, but real quick, I just want to tell you all, as a 14 player league, it's a PPR, whole point PPR. It is also a keeper league. This league was started for the family to get together and just have fun. And we are now in our 6th year of existence. So I want to say thank you for tuning into the live stream, and we're going to have a good time. Just to remind you all, we're going to go through the keepers. Each team is allowed to keep up to 3 players, and you're able to keep them for 2 additional years. That's how we keep the league very exciting. So let's just get to it right now with our first team period, which is Matthew White. His 3 keepers are Saquon Barkley in the first round, Joe Mixon in the second round, and Austin Eckler in the 8th round. For Nicholas Griffith, his keeper is Stephon Diggs of the Bills in round 3, and Calvin Ridley in round 16. Calvin Ridley was a free agent acquisition. For Ben Denis, it is Travis Kelce, tight end of the Kansas City Chiefs, Kyler Murray, quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals, and running back Devin Singletary of the Buffalo Bills. For CJ, his keeper is Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, Hunter Henry of the Los Angeles Chargers, and Rob Gronkowski of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. For Chark Week, in the second round will be Devontae Adams of the Green Bay Packers. Wide receiver, we have running back Kenyon Drake in the 7th round, and DJ Chark in the 16th round, wide receiver of the Jacksonville Jaguars. District made, we have Christian McCaffrey in the 1st round, Russell Wilson in the 4th round, and Buffalo Bills defense in the 16th round. Let's now go to Maple Ave. Maple Ave only has Ezekiel Elliott in the 1st round. We then have Sir Drip Lord, who has 3 keepers, Michael Thomas in the 1st round, Derrick Henry in the 2nd round, and Nick Chubb in the 3rd round. For Team Big Thad in the 1st round, we have Tom Brady, quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Drew Brees, quarterback of the New Orleans Saints, and DK Metcalf, wide receiver of the Seattle Seahawks. For Mama Magic, we have Amari Cooper of the Dallas Cowboys, wide receiver in the 4th round, Chris Carson, running back of the Seattle Seahawks, and Dak Prescott in the 10th round, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. For the champ, which is Archie Seabrooks, his first keeper is Aaron Jones in the 5th round, running back of the Green Bay Packers. Lamar Jackson, he got a steal last year in the 10th round. So he's the 10th round keeper. And his tight end, Mark Andrews. Frank, he has 3 keepers, Tyreek Hill in the 1st round. We have the Ravens defense in the 10th round and Marquise Brown in the 16th round. For Beckett's Bayhive, the first 3 picks are DeAndre Hopkins, wide receiver of the Arizona Cardinals, Deshaun Watson, quarterback of the Houston Texans, and George Kittle, tight end of the San Francisco 49ers. And the commissioner, which is me, Slumlord Commish. My 2 keepers are Alvin Kamara in the 1st round and Devontae Parker in the 16th round. So now let's just get straight to it. We have team period. And before we even start, Harold, did you have any thoughts?
Well, I mean, other than the fact that we here, the NFL season is here. It is upon us. I know everybody's excited. I know you got your strategies mapped out. Just trust me, none of them are going to work. That's just how fantasy goes. But good luck to all the owners out here. Hopefully, someone can bring home the trophy. It is definitely difficult. I mean, I'm an analyst here. I won fantasy a few times, and it's not an easy feat. So, good luck to everybody and get that W.
All right. Thank you, Harold. All right. Let's just start the draft right here. Team period is on the clock.
So we got a lot of picks that are available right here. Pick of the litter. Just depends on strategy.
Correction. This is how unprepared I am, but we're gonna get it straight. Team Nicholas is on the clock, actually.
Team Nicholas. We're going to see who is going to decide to pick. Already has 2 wide receivers as his keepers, Stephon Diggs and Calvin Ridley. So could go running back, could get a 3rd wide receiver, could go quarterback. We'll see what happens.
All right, the pick is in, and the first pick, first pick is Zach Ertz, tight end of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Zach Ertz. Wow. First round, Zach Ertz over Travis Kelce or some other tight ends. I mean, that's a stretch. That's a stretch there. But you know, I've seen crazy things happen in fantasy, and you know, people's strategies are people's strategies. But first round, I mean, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. I mean, Zach Ertz was definitely productive, definitely put in work for Philadelphia Eagles offense. You know, coming into the same system, you know, played every game last year. Definitely solid, definitely is up there in targets for tight ends. Let's see here. Say exactly. So when you look at the targets, Zach Ertz was at the top of the list for targets, average per game last year with 9. Almost had 1,000 yards, 88 receptions. I mean, he had a very productive season, but is it enough to go first pick, first round? I don't know, Bob. I don't know. Kelce is gone. Facts.
Andrea and Denise selects Dalvin Cook, running back of the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay, here we go. Now, that's a good pick. Dalvin Cook is legit. Tops in the league at running back position. Last year, he was a monster. Just his production, fantasy standpoint, he catches out the backfield for a PPR league. He's official. I like that pick a lot. Much better than Zach Ertz. Not to hate on Zach Ertz pick, but Dalvin Cook definitely is a productive running back. Yeah, Dalvin Cook's a problem. So had over 1,000 yards, had 13 rushing touchdowns. I mean, when you're talking fantasy production, that's where it's at, touchdowns. So I like the pick. Definitely a fan of Dalvin Cook.
All right, CJ, you do have 15 seconds to make your pick.
Uh-oh.
My bad, Jeremy. I got it. Hold on, let me send it. Oh, damn it. I didn't realize I was on the clock. Jeremy, I don't see you here in the chat.
His name is going to be Slumlord.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little bit of time, a little more time.
Commissioner is being generous.
Yep, I am. Partly because I am not prepared for something.
Oh, you didn't see what I just sent you?
Now let me check because it wasn't there. All right. With the 4th pick in the first round, CJ selects Julio Jones, wide receiver of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, Julio, that's a solid pick.
Before you continue, Harold.
Yeah, go.
Our next selection is Marcus Chark Week.
Yeah, but The Julio Jones pick is solid. It's solid. I know Julio Jones is kind of let owners down in the past because he hasn't been able to score touchdowns like you would think he should. You know, but as far as ability is concerned, I mean, and Matt Ryan, I mean, he's not the greatest quarterback, but he makes Julio Jones good. Julio Jones is a stud. So, I in the first round, you want to try to get the best of the best. And I feel like Julio Jones is in that conversation when you talk about just his abilities, his production. Like I say, he hasn't been a touchdown machine like you would want him to be, but he's still productive. He still gets a rack of targets. Um, he still gets a rack of looks. He still produces. I mean, he's getting 10 targets a game. Last year he had 99 receptions. So I mean, I'm basically 100 receptions, over 1,000 yards, 1,300 yards production. I mean, only 6 touchdowns. That's the only knock when you got some other guys who had more. But I mean, that's what you're gonna get from Julio. He gonna have those big games where he score you like 30 plus points. So
All right, the pick is in with the 5th pick in the first round. Shark Week selects Clyde Edwards-Helaire, running back of the Kansas City Chiefs. Next on the clock, we jump to number 10. Mamba Magic is on the clock.
so Clyde Edwards-Helaire, great pick, but it's a little premature for me. I mean, I played fantasy a long time. I know people are high on him. I know that people expect him to just go out here and fry, just like Kareem Hunt did, under Andy Reid's system. And I think the expectations are high for him. And because of Damian Williams sitting out, I think it gives an opportunity for Clyde Edwards-Helaire. But I'm not so sold. I think as a rookie, there's still going to be some growing pains, and I just don't know that they'll put it all on his shoulders the same way they did Kareem Hunt when he first came into the league. And but it's kind of the same situation, same scenario. If you hit, you're gonna be sized. But if he takes a while to kind of get up there, it could cost you here where there's other, I think, more solid players that you could have picked at this spot that have more guaranteed production. I mean, that's just my thoughts on it. But he's solid.
All right, the pick is in. With the 10th pick in the first round, Mamba Magic selects Adam Thielen, wide receiver, Minnesota Vikings. And the next selection would be the champ, 19 on the clock.
Yeah. So Adam Thielen, I think is a good pick. Definitely had some I would say minor injury issues last year, but has been overall consistent. With the departure of Stephon Diggs, now he steps into the role where he's going to get a lion's share of the targets. Um, you know, Kirk Cousins safety blanket, if you like to say. Um, Definitely going to be one of the main guys in their passing game. So, at this part of the draft, you're trying to get people on your team that you're going to get a certain level of production from. And so I think Thielen is a very safe pick, who's going to give you, high level production each week. That consistency, I mean, from a fantasy standpoint, you're always trying to look for consistency in the players that you select. And I think Thielen is, as consistent as they come. So that's a good pick.
All right, the pick is in with the 11th pick in the first round. The champ selects Josh Jacobs, running back of the Las Vegas Raiders. Right now, that will wrap up the first round. Just want to recap real quick. We have Barkley first, Zach Ertz second, Dalvin Cook third, Julio Jones fourth, Clyde Edwards-Helaire fifth, Christian McCaffrey sixth, Ezekiel Elliott 7th, Michael Thomas 8th, Tom Brady 9th, Adam Thielen 10, and then Josh Jacobs makes 11. At the 12th pick, it would be Tyreek Hill. DeAndre Hopkins at 13 and Alvin Kamara at 14. That will wrap up the first round. And on the clock now is your commissioner, Slum Lord Commish.
Yeah. So sort of Josh Jacobs, back to that pick. That's a good pick. Definitely productive running back. Average 88 yards a game, roughly almost 100 yards a game. Has 7 touchdowns. Definitely can is versatile. Didn't have a lot of receptions, only 20 receptions last year. I think that will probably stay the same. I mean, with the different weapons that they brought in to the Raiders team. But if Josh Jacobs can stay healthy, then I think he can have another productive season. Had over 100, over 1,000 yards rushing. I like Josh Jacobs. Solid pick. Yeah. We're gonna see what the commish does.
All right. With the first pick in the second round, Slumlord Commish, which is me, selects Mike Evans, wide receiver, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. On the clock now, it is Frankie. 1 minute on the clock.
Great pick by the commish. Mike Evans definitely is the number one. Well, it's gonna be interesting to see how this Tampa Bay pecking order goes. With Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, the running backs that they brought in for Tampa Bay, and just it's gonna be interesting to see, Tom Brady and his weapons and Gronk and all of these different guys. But I think Mike Evans still will be at the top of the food chain. Definitely is productive. Is going probably garner a lot of the touchdown looks. A lot of the deep ball looks. I think is going to go to Mike Evans. So definitely the big play potential is there. Mike Evans is always solid. He's always getting targets. He's scoring touchdowns. And with Tom Brady, Tom Brady, I don't think since Randy Moss had a wide receiver with his ability. So that's a good pick.
Frank, I'm giving you some leniency. You have 30 more seconds before the selection will be made for you.
Frank, get your pick in, man. Get your pick in.
All right, the pick is in. With a third pick in the second round, Frank selects T.Y. Hilton, wide receiver of the Indianapolis Colts.
Wow.
Then on the clock now, we have the champ.
T.Y. T.Y. Hilton's a good. So this is the thing. I know he was injured last year. He's coming back from that injury riddled campaign. T.Y.'s been a pretty solid wide receiver for much of his career, especially when fantasy. I've had him in fantasy before, and he's solid. You just need him to stay healthy. I think Phillip Rivers coming in kind of gives them an Andrew Luckish type of presence there. I think Andrew Luck. He's had time with Frank Wright and the coordinator there before, so apparently, according to reports, the chemistry is there. That Phillip Rivers has been able to pick up the offense quick and just basically not miss a beat. So that definitely is encouraging if you're a T.Y. Hilton owner, because you want him to cook. So I think he'll serve like the Keenan Allen for Phillip Rivers in this new system. So I think that's a solid pick. A little early for me though.
All right, the pick is in. With the 4th pick in the second round, the champ selects DJ Moore, wide receiver out of Carolina. On the clock now, Mamba Magic.
Yeah, DJ Moore is a good pick. Another one of those productive wide receivers. I think he kind of took a step, forward last year. Given the circumstances of his quarterback situation was kind of flaky, but he still produced. He's one of those like 10 to 15 like wide receiver range guys that could take the step up next. Um, I I just I don't know what that's going to look like this year. They got a new quarterback, um, and I mean new system. I None of those things really scare me from DJ Moore. I think he'll still be productive, but I don't know. I think that production has a ceiling. So while I think he will be productive, I think he will be, the top guy in Carolina. Robbie Anderson could easily take away his share of the targets and be the main guy. I mean, it just depends.
Marlon, you do have Mamba Magic. You have 30 seconds to make your selection. All right, the pick is in. With the 5th pick in the second round, Mamba Magic selects James Conner, running back, Pittsburgh. On the clock now is Maple Ave. 1 minute on the clock.
James Conner, I like the pick. I think this is about where he's going in draft. So I think that the value that you're gonna get is pretty close. He did have a down year last year, riddled with injuries. After his inaugural campaign where he was frying, nobody even knew the dude's name, and then he was a household name. So uh, definitely think the pick is good. You just want him to stay healthy. I mean, the Steelers have a squad. You get Ben Roethlisberger back. I think that helps the running game. And I like the pick. I like James Conner a lot. Yeah, I like him for where he was selected in this draft at that position. So good stuff.
All right, we do have our first auto draft pick. And with that selection, Maple Ave will be selecting Miles Sanders, running back from Philadelphia. On the clock is District Made. 1 minute.
So that, I mean, trust me, I hate an auto draft pick more than anybody in the world hates auto draft. But if you are going to do, sometimes the computer can size you just right. And in this case, it might have hooked that owner with Miles Sanders. That's a Miles Sanders. Everybody's high on Miles Sanders. I'm not as high as some of the Black Matthew Berries and some of these other people out here, but I think Miles Sanders can have a good season. I mean, he definitely is poised to have a good season. Everything is right there. They do have a backup. I'm not going to mention his name, but that could potentially broach his carries. But I think Miles Sanders is versatile. Definitely has a lot. to give from a skill set standpoint. And I think that the Eagles will lean on him heavily in the offense. He gets catches out the backfield, he runs, you know. So I like Miles Sanders.
All right, with our second auto draft selection, District Made will be selecting Chris Godwin, wide receiver out of Tampa Bay. On the clock now is Team Nicholas. 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, so that's not again, that's not a bad auto draft pick. If you end up with Chris Godwin, that's fine. He's a solid wide receiver, puts in work. Like I said, there's a lot more weapons in Tampa Bay now, a lot of more mouths to feed. So that could take away from some of the insane numbers he was doing last year, because Chris Godwin did put up some pretty solid numbers last year. So I think, do you want him? I mean, Tom Brady's going to be throwing the ball. Bruce Arians is going to have them throwing the ball. I don't care how many running backs they get. Bruce Arians is he's a passing minded coach. So I think that Tom Brady will be most likely wanting to pass and really do numbers to kind of stick it to his former team. So I anticipate them passing a lot. So like I said, Chris Godwin is definitely going to get a lot of passes. I see him projections, 80 so receptions and 1,000 yards.
All right, the pick is in. With the final pick in the second round, Nicholas selects running back Todd Gurley, Atlanta.
Okay. Who's on the clock next? Yeah.
On the clock would be Team Period.
Yeah, so this is a good pick. Good pick. I like who was selected, Jeremy, just now? This was
Nicholas made that selection.
who was the player?
Todd Gurley.
Todd Gurley. Oh yeah. This is where it's getting interesting now. Some people are high on Todd Gurley, some people are not. Some people are worried about the degenerative knee issue, and then some people are not. Apparently, word on the street in Atlanta's camp, he's been doing work, and he's been doing so well that they've been actually putting more stuff on his plate. And that's the problem. They have to kind of control themselves from putting too much on his plate. But Todd Gurley is Todd Gurley. A year ago, he was frying. He was the top back. He was going 1, 2, or 3. The fact that he hasn't been kept and you have him is actually a good thing that you're able to pick him up. So,
all right, with the first pick in the third round, Team Period selects Juju Smith-Schuster, wide receiver out of Pittsburgh. On the clock next is Ben Denis.
Juju, another one of those guys who's trying to come back. Ben Roethlisberger will help that comeback. He had an injury-riddled campaign last year. Talked all that smack about Antonio Brown, and then ended up not producing to the level he would have liked. So, I mean, I like the pick. I think the potential is there. But I also think that there's probably some other guys that probably could have got selected here that are just more, I would say more reliable. But with Ben Roethlisberger coming back, I mean, who knows? It's a 50-50 toss-up. Will he have a better season than last year? I anticipate yes. And depending on what he is to your roster, will determine, what you need him to do. Of course, we all want him to fry every week, but that's just not reality. So if you can get him to double digits every week, then that's good. That's good production out of Juju.
Ben Denis, you do have 30 seconds additional to make your selection. All right, the pick is in. With the third pick in the third round, Ben Denis selects Mark Ingram, running back, Baltimore. On the clock now, CJ, 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, so Mark Ingram, tough running back. Definitely put up solid numbers last year. Uh, but I, I don't. I mean, well, you want to be in a system with a quarterback like Lamar Jackson. You want to be in a system with a Pat Mahomes and stuff, and be a running back in that system because you're gonna get opportunities to, where there's gaping holes because they went with the quarterback or they didn't read the play correctly. So I think Mark Ingram will have a good year, but there's other guys in that backfield now, and I'm not so sure that his production will remain consistent throughout the entire year. I think he'll have some games where he produces and he fries, and then I think he'll have some games where you'll be looking like, why did I pick this guy? So
All right, with the fourth pick in the third round, CJ selects Le'Veon Bell, running back, New York Jets. On the clock now is Chark Week.
So Le'Veon Bell is another one of those interesting, could go either kind of way. I mean, we know the Jets, their offense is not a potent offense. They've lost weapons. And I think that, Le'Veon Bell is one of the few weapons they still have. So I think the production will be there. At least the opportunity for production will be there. He's going to get a lot of targets. He's going to get a lot of runs, a lot of passes out the backfield. I mean, word out of camp was he was catching fades in the back of the end zone. They were throwing him passes like he was a wide receiver. They was trying to, Adam Gates was trying to be creative in how they utilized them. So I anticipate he puts up big numbers, not because the team is good, but because he's one of the few options that they really have on offense. I mean, so, if we talking Jets offense, you can name three probably players off that team that will produce. So I like Le'Veon Bell, especially for the value at that pick.
All right, with the fifth pick in the third round, Chark Week selects Odell Beckham Jr., wide receiver, Cleveland Browns. We will do a auto draft for District Made momentarily.
Yeah, like Odell. Odell's one of those guys. People are looking for him to be comeback player of the year. Uh, Numbers weren't, I mean, he did get over 1,000 yards. He had 74 receptions, 4 touchdowns. I mean, guy with his ability, you expect more and want more out of him. I think this year you get more. I think you get more out of Odell Beckham Jr. this year. I like Kevin Stefanski's offensive system, and I think that it will bode well towards Odell Beckham Jr.
All right, our auto selection goes to District Made, and she will be selecting Allen Robinson, wide receiver out of Chicago. Maple Ave will also be on auto pick. And her selection will be Kenny Galladay, wide receiver out of Detroit. With the next selection will be Team Big Thad. Big Thad is on the clock right now.
You got Allen Robinson and then you have Kenny Galladay, both, you know, good receivers. Allen Robinson is one of those receivers that I think doesn't get a whole lot of credit because he doesn't put up the super crazy numbers, but he gets targets. He had 98 receptions last year, 1,000+ yards, 6 touchdowns. 7 touchdowns. I'm sorry. So I mean, his numbers were pretty comparable to DeAndre Hopkins, Julian Edelman. Like he had solid numbers. So I like that. Kenny Galladay, I guess he has the big play potential, and people like that. Numbers were okay. They didn't have Matthew Stafford for much of the year. So hopefully with Matthew Stafford returning, I mean, he still had 65 receptions for, 1,200 yards and 11 touchdowns without Matthew Stafford. So I get, that wanting that production. So.
All right, the pick is in with the ninth pick in the third round. Team Big Thad selects DeAndre Swift, running back out of Detroit. On the clock now is Mamba Magic. 1 minute on the clock.
So, I mean, people in the draft were high on DeAndre Swift. Oh, he's going to come in. He's going to be the lead back off break. And he's going, be the running. Detroit's never had a running back, dog. Detroit, I don't know what it is. The running backs is cursed since Barry Sanders left, but they have DeAndre Swift is dealing with injuries, so I'm not even sure that he'll play in the first week. I mean, that doesn't mean that he's not somebody you want on your team. This is right around that take a chance area in the draft, so I mean, I get it, but I'm not so sure that the production that you're looking for is going to come from DeAndre Swift. But I think the potential is there, and he may be somebody that you look to keep in the future, maybe not necessarily get that production this season out of him, or it may come late.
We're going to give 30 more seconds to Marlon Mamba Magic. All right, the pick is in. With the 10th pick in the third round, Mama Magic selects Terry McLaurin, wide receiver of the Washington football team. On the clock now, we have the champion. 1 minute on the clock.
Let's go. Let's go. Washington football team, stand up. We here. Now, I hope that this pick wasn't the fandom pick. Like, cause that'll take you down a dark path you don't want to go down when you picking fantasy players because they're part of your team. I'm a Washington football team, and I think that Terry McLaurin is going to have a great season. One of the few Redskins on offense. Sorry, Washington football team on offense that will have a good season, despite what our record is. But I like the pick. I think he definitely goes in and he's the number one. He's going to get a lot of targets from Dwayne Haskins. I'm sure that the receiving core is not that stellar, and so he's the cream of the crop. So I like the pick. He's definitely going to get the opportunities to make an impact. So excellent pick.
All right, the selection is in with the 11th pick. I had to take a check and see who it was that was drafted. The champion selects Cooper Kupp, wide receiver, Los Angeles Rams. On the clock now is Frankie.
Cooper Kupp, excellent pick. Excellent pick. He's another one of those guys that's super underrated, similar to like Allen Robinson, just super underrated, but is very productive, and especially when he's healthy on the floor, like on the field. Then that's Jared Goff's man, on the low. Underneath is all him. So, definitely had a pretty productive season. 94 receptions, 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns in 2019. Y'all didn't even know he had that much. So definitely an excellent pick. Whoever's picking it, they on a fantasy A game right there with that one. Yeah, definitely on their fantasy A game. When it's all said and done, that person, if Cooper Kupp can stay healthy, they're gonna be glad at that pick for sure.
All right, the pick is in with the 12th pick in the third round. Frankie selects running back Leonard Fournette, now Tampa Bay Buccaneers. On the clock now would be Slumlord Kamish.
Leonard Fournette. Good. Well, so I don't know how to feel about the pick. Is it a good pick? I don't know. We know that Leonard Fournette was productive in Jacksonville. We know that he has the ability to be the bell cow, to be the 3-down back. Tampa Bay is one of those teams like Detroit's been looking for a lead running back a couple years now. the other running back they have on the roster apparently is quote unquote still the main guy. But I don't, if you got to come out and say that, that means that it's up for grabs. If you got to come out and say that, then it means it's up for grabs. So I like Leonard Fournette. I think I like the prospect of Leonard Fournette. I like the ceiling of Leonard Fournette. I just don't know that you'll get the production right away that you're looking for, and maybe until later in the season, unless something happens to their other running back that they have. I'm not going to name any names, try to alleviate that, but they do got a crowded backfield, so we'll see what happens with that situation.
All right, the pick is in. Slumlord Commish, your commissioner, selects AJ Brown, wide receiver, Tennessee Titans. And that will wrap up round 3. So give me a second for some clerical duties, but that will wrap up round 3.
Yeah, AJ Brown is a solid pick. Definitely put up, big numbers last year. They were able to re-sign their quarterback to an extension. He had over 1,000 yards. Didn't have the receptions you would want. Only 52 receptions, but he did have solid production. 8 touchdowns. That's solid production. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I think at this part in the draft, AJ Brown is a solid pick.
All right, Slumlord Commish is on the clock. Me once again.
They got the back-to-back. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what the Slumlord Commish picks with this one.
All right, the pick is in with the first round and the first pick in the fourth round. Slumlord Commish selects Keenan Allen, wide receiver, Los Angeles Chargers. On the clock, finally, for the first time, Beckett's Bayhive.
Wow. Yeah, no, good pick. Keenan Allen, really like Keenan. Y'all have been watching the Hard Knocks. Keenan Allen is the number 1 receiver there. And with the other receiver, not naming no names, who went down with injury and who was kind of touch and go for week 1, Keenan Allen will be Tyrod Taylor's main target guy. I promise you that. So from a target standpoint, opportunity standpoint, I mean, Keenan Allen is a good pick. Better than the AJ Brown pick, in my opinion. But a good pick nonetheless. So gonna be interesting to see how that whole new situation with a new quarterback pans out. But I think that Keenan Allen will still be productive. I no doubt. He's a good receiver. He's solid.
All right, the pick is in. With the second pick in the 4th round, Beckett's Bayhive selects Melvin Gordon, running back, Denver Broncos. Frankie is on the clock. 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah. So with the first pick, finally, you get a pick, a selection, and you go with Melvin Gordon. I like the pick. I do like the pick here. I think that Melvin Gordon, in Pat Shurmur's system, he likes to do a bell cow, like bell cow running back. He likes to have one running back that he gives a lion's share the carries to, and then everybody else just kind of fits in. So I think Melvin Gordon will be that person. Now, it's really, really early. I mean, it's part of fantasy. You're projecting what you think is going to happen. I think Melvin Gordon will be that guy. Now, will he be Melvin Gordon like from 2 years ago, who was like the top 5 back in the league? I don't think you'll get that, but I think you'll get top 10 to 15 production, and that's good. That's real good. I think he'll get over 1,000 yards, and I think he'll have about 6 touchdowns or so. So, yeah, good pick.
All right, the pick is in. With the third pick of the fourth round, Frankie selects CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver, Dallas Cowboys. On the clock now is the champ. 1 minute on the clock.
So CeeDee Lamb. Everybody's high on CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys. People like the Cowboys because they have a high-powered offense. Cowboys stink. Let me just say, they're terrible. No, I'm just messing. I'm not that bad. But I like CeeDee Lamb. I think he'll have opportunities in his offense. Definitely as a third wide receiver. I mean, you can play him inside, you can play him outside. I think if the other receiver, Amari Cooper, is kind of having issues with his injuries, and I mean, CeeDee Lamb could easily step into that place and be that guy. He has the ability. He's fast. I know that they're excited to use him, and Dak Prescott is a good quarterback, and I like Mike McCarthy's system. So I anticipate CeeDee Lamb getting a lot of opportunities. He might not have the receptions, but he'll have yards and touchdowns. Can't hear you, Jeremy. Still can't.
I've been talking without the mic on. This pick, the champ selects Tyler Lockett, Seattle Seahawks. On the clock is Big Thad.
Tyler Lockett. I like Tyler Lockett. 82 receptions, 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns. That's solid production from wide receiver spot. At this point of the draft, that's solid production. Over 1,000 yards, 82 receptions, and 8 touchdowns. Yeah, that's good production. I really like the Tyler Lockett pick at this point of the draft. I think he'll definitely add value to your team, and hopefully, help you get closer to the chip. But only thing that's kind of concerning is I wouldn't call Tyler Lockett injury prone, because I don't think he's injury prone, but that's something that, I guess that lives in the back of everybody's mind who plays fantasy. Is like, yeah, my guy gonna get injured or whatever. And I know he had an injury last year that kind of had him miss one game, but I don't even know if he missed that game. So interesting, but good pick.
All right, with the sixth pick in the fourth round, Big Thad selects Will Fuller, wide receiver, Houston Texans. On the clock for the first time today, Sir Drip Lord. 1 minute on the clock.
So we'll get to see if Will Fuller is fully healthy still in training camp, dealing with a couple of hamstring injuries, but we'll get to see him this Thursday. This Thursday against the Super Bowl champions, we get to see Will Fuller. I like his potential. I mean, with Hopkins leaving, does Will Fuller take on that position of the number one in that receiving core? He should, but will he is another question altogether to itself. I think at this point of the draft, you're trying to just add people who have potential to be the guy. And if they do, then it's great. And if they don't, you're not leaning on them for too much. So I think it's still a good pick. I like Will Fuller. Definitely has upside, with Deshaun Watson. That's going to be one of his main targets. He's a deep threat. So, for those bonuses you're trying to get over 100 yards, I think that Will Fuller is a prime candidate for that. So I like the pick.
All right, the pick is in with the sixth pick. Excuse me, correction. If my math is right, the seventh pick of the fourth round, Sir Drip Lord selects Jerry Jeudy, wide receiver, Oakland Raiders. On the clock now will be Maple Ave, and Maple Ave's selection will be Robert Woods of the Los Angeles Rams. District Made has already selected Russell Wilson. So the next pick, 1 minute on the clock, is Shark Week.
So we had Jerry Judy out of Denver, and who was the second pick? Herman?
It will be Robert Woods, wide receiver out of LA.
Yeah. So Jerry Judy, again, we don't know. College, he was a phenomenal. He was a cooker. Will it translate to them? I don't know. But if we're talking about picks in fantasy, Robert Woods to me is a better pick than Jerry Judy, just because the production is already accounted for. You know what Robert Woods is pretty much going to give you. You don't know what Jerry Judy. Now the upside is there, but I like to go personally with knowns over unknowns. But I mean, will Drew Lock be able to play quarterback at a high level to make Jerry Judy like a real good pick? I don't know. I don't know. I know what Robert Woods is going to have. He's going to have Jared Goff and Sean McVay, boy genius offense. So
Shark Week has an additional 30 seconds, and actually the pick is in right now. Let's now switch. Shark Week selects Kareem Hunt, running back, Cleveland Browns. On the clock now, CJ, 1 minute on the clock.
yeah, Cleveland Browns, Kareem Hunt. If this Bama can just stay out the tabloids, he got the skill level. He's definitely a good running back. I just don't know. Well, we know that Nick Chubb is going to be the featured back, but I think that they have plans to utilize Kareem Hunt a lot. So I think Kareem Hunt will put up. I mean, last year in fantasy, he put up pretty solid numbers. Young, it wasn't that bad to be a second running back on a team with a bell cow like Nick Chubb. So I I like Kareem Hunt. If something happens to Nick Chubb, week 1 versus the Ravens or something crazy, yeah, Kareem Hunt is like having a top level stud on your team. So I like the pick. I like Kareem Hunt this year.
All right, the pick is in. CJ selects AJ Green, wide receiver, Cincinnati Bengals. Ben Denis is on the clock.
Yeah, so what are we talking? We're talking injuries. We're talking about the inability to stay on the field. We're talking about a foot messed up, plantar fasciitis. We're talking about uh AJ Green upside though. I mean, when he does play, he fries, he cooks. He just cannot stay on the field. Um, I actually think that he will be able to stay on the field this year more than in years past, but I don't see him playing more than 12 games. So, but in those 12 games, I think he will get a lot of opportunities. Zach Taylor's offense is very pass happy. Uh, and I think that they're just kind of preserving. He already has a hamstring issue right now in training camp already. No football. It's still warm outside. And his hamstring already acting a little funny. So I like AJ Green. I think he's a stud when he's playing, but I don't know. I mean, at this point though of the draft, it's a good pick. It's a good pick. But there's another receiver on that team that I prefer better than AJ Green.
Ben Denis, you do have 30 seconds, an additional 30 seconds to make your selection.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Benedict knows how to pick teams though. Definitely for sure. 3 out of the last 5 top finalists.
All right. Bend the knee selects Cortland Sutton, wide receiver, Denver.
Mm.
On the clock, Team Nicholas.
Yeah, so I like Cortland Sutton more than Jerry Judy. I think Cortland Sutton had a great season last year. Um, Definitely did a lot with a whole bunch of quarterback shakeup and just you know just trying to find a way. First season at a head coach there, so I think I like Cortland Sutton. I think he'll put up solid numbers at this juncture of the draft. Definitely a solid pick. Um, I think even from a chemistry standpoint, Cortland Sutton is has chemistry with Drew Lock without an off season.
All right, the pick is in. Nicholas selects Tariq Cohen, running back, Chicago. On the clock, team period.
So Tariq Cohen, when I say this, y'all gonna be like, oh yeah, gadget guy. I mean, that's what he is. He's utilized in a lot of different ways. He's kind of a boom or bust player, in my opinion. If he'll have some games where you're like he looked out and he saved you in fantasy. And then he'll have some games where you'll be like, why did I pick this guy? Like, why? Like, it's just so frustrating. Um, and it's really, dependent upon their quarterback situation. Right now they have Mitchell Trubisky, who I believe is just not that good. If you listen to the show, we trash him all the time. But the inconsistency of the quarterback play leads to inconsistency as the team as a whole. And Tariq Cohen is a part of that team. And I mean, because we're still early in the draft, I kind of saved some information that I think will would help consequent draft picks. But Tariq Cohen is not even being considered with injuries to their starting running back as the go-to starter. So with that said, he has a gadget role, but nonetheless, this part of the draft, he can produce points. So maybe it's a good pick.
All right, the pick is in. Team period selects Tyler Boyd, wide receiver out of Cincinnati Bengals. That will wrap up round 4. And on the clock now, again, team period.
Now we talking Tyler Boyd. I love Tyler Boyd this year. And I think a lot of you go read up, a lot of people are high on Tyler Boyd just because he's playing in a slot primarily, same position that Justin Joe Burrow's Justin Jefferson, who he had in college, Joe Burrow had in college, was his main target, who had a phenomenal season. Tyler Boyd kind of fills that that void in this offense right now. So I like Tyler Boyd better than I like the other wide receiver.
The pick is in. Team period selects David Johnson, running back, Houston Texans. On the clock, Team Nicholas.
David Johnson, good pick. Great pick. Right now, at this part of the draft for the value, David Johnson's an excellent pick. People killed O'Brien for making that trade of DeAndre Hopkins for David Johnson. And because of that, now they have to show the world that David Johnson was not a bad pick. So he's going to get opportunities. I think even last year they had Carlos Hyde got like 250 carries. Carlos Hyde, he's not even in the league no more. So you already know David Johnson's going to get big carries. He's going to get big opportunities to score down in the goal line. You just really want him to stay healthy. If he's healthy, he's going to produce. He's going to get over 1,000 yards. He's going to catch passes out the backfield. They've actually lost weapons, so he's a weapon that they've added. He's going to get a lot of work if he can just handle it health-wise. So I like the pick for the ceiling of production that you get with David Johnson. So excellent pick. Excellent pick.
All right, the pick is in. Nicholas selects Jonathan Taylor, running back out of Indianapolis. Next on the clock, is bend the knee.
Jonathan Taylor. What role will he have on the Colts offense? I mean, he potentially could be a keeper down the line, but I just don't necessarily see the production right away. But we're like you said, we're later in the draft. So later in the draft, you're trying to get guys who potentially could have big bust out games. He could. It just depends. We don't know how they'll relegate him in relationship to the other running backs they have on that roster. So I think it's really hard to say until we know more about that situation. Right now, they do have a lead in Marlon Mack, but he's an older back. But will that remain the case? I don't know. I mean, the upside in the talent level that Jonathan Taylor has, I think everybody is high on. But will it translate to fantasy production? I don't know. I don't know.
We'll give 30 more seconds to Andrea and actually bend the knee. She's already made her selection. Bend the knee selects Sterling Shepard, wide receiver, New York Giants. On the clock is CJ.
So Sterling Shepard had a very disappointing season last year. 57 receptions, only 576 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's not good enough for a number one. You're supposed to be the number one receiver in your for your team, and you just weren't that. So year 2 with Daniel Jones, could it be better? I would hope so. I know he battled some injuries and couldn't really get back on the field. You know, I, I hope that he can live up to, being the number one guy there. I think the talent level is there, but I'm not convinced. I don't, even for a late round pick, I think you're just trying to, at this point, get starters and people who potentially could do well. So Sterling Shepard fits that mold. I get it under those circumstances, but I think there's other guys that I'd rather have than Sterling Shepard here.
All right, the pick is in. CJ selects Jordan Howard, running back. I honestly can't remember what team he plays on.
With Miami
On the clock.
Dolphins now.
On the clock, Shark Week.
Jordan Howard is now with the Dolphins. So Jordan Howard is a solid pick here. I think that he'll get a lot more. Well, it's him and Matt Breida. So it's a 50-50 split of carries. That's what the coaches have said, and that's what it's looking like it's going to be. But I think that Jordan Howard, when it's all said and done, when they do have red zone opportunities, will get those red zone carries. So if you're picking Jordan Howard, your hope is that he gets those red zone carries and he's basically a vulture and he gets the touchdowns and help you, because Jordan Howard he's not a fast, explosive running back. He's a downhill running back that needs holes opened up, which I don't know if he'll get in Miami. But I don't know. I think I project him getting about 600, 700 yards rushing, maybe 5 or 6 touchdowns, which is a lot. So considering.
All right, the pick is in. Shark Week selects Cameron Newton, quarterback, New England Patriots. On the clock, district made, and we will do an auto pick. Give me 1 second.
Cam. Oh, Cam. I guess somebody is really believing the hype. I am too. I think Cam will have a great season. I think he's definitely slept on. And under if Belichick can make Matt Castle win 11 and go 11-5, he definitely can take a healthy Cam Newton, and I stress healthy Cam Newton, to 12-4, 11-5.
All right, the pick is in for district made. It would be Darren Waller, tight end, Las Vegas Raiders. And then for Maple Ave, let me double check and see if she's in this room. Last time I checked, nope, she's not. For her pick, it'll be Jarvis Landry, wide receiver, Cleveland Browns. On the clock now is Sir Drip Lord.
So Darren Waller, love the pick. Love the pick of Darren Waller. What was the other pick, Jeremy?
Jarvis Landry.
Jarvis Landry. Jarvis Landry. I don't know how I feel about that pick. At this juncture of the draft, I think it's a good pick, but I don't think that he'll do the numbers he did last year. I think this year it'll be Odell Beckham's year, and he'll regress. I know he's been a target machine and done a lot underneath and got a lot of receptions. I think that number will take a hit. I think that Kareem Hunt's numbers will go up. I think Nick Chubb's numbers will stay about the same, will go up slightly. And I think Odell Beckham Jr. his numbers will go up and Jarvis Landry's numbers will come down. But I think that Jarvis Landry still will have a productive season. But he's going to be a boom or bust guy. 2 games he fries, 1 game you're like, what are you doing? And then, it's just going to be hard to kind of gauge it. So.
All right, the pick is in. Sir Drip Lord selects Evan Ingram, tight end, New York Giants. On the clock now is Team Big Fan.
So I like Evan Ingram. I like Evan Ingram a lot. Word around camp is that he's been doing well. He's, showing the ability to burst. It looks like he's healthy. When he was on the field, he was getting 8 targets a game, which is a lot for a tight end. So I like the pick. When you can get someone who's potentially going to get a lot of work at this part of the draft, and when he was playing, he was putting up double digits. That's who you want. You want somebody like that. Now, I mean, of course, we're talking about health. We got some nurses in here and stuff. So, I mean, health is a real thing. Evan Ingram has been having trouble staying healthy. Will he be able to beat that health bug this year and produce at a high level? I believe he will. I think he will. So that's why I deem that a great pick.
All right. In our Zoom chat, the nurse or one of the nurses, Andrea Patrice, who has been the knee, she says health is wealth for sure. All right. The pick is in. Big Fat selects Julian Edelman, wide receiver, New England Patriots. On the clock now would be Frankie. 1 minute on the clock.
So a couple picks ago, we had the Cam Newton pick. Now we have Julian Edelman, who will be the recipient of most of the passes that come from Cam Newton. Julian Edelman will have a good season this year. Y'all can stamp it now. He'll have close to 100 receptions. He'll have over 1,000 yards. And he'll have about 6 touchdowns. And right now, where we are in the draft, this round, that's excellent production. That's third to second round production. I think that you'll get out of Julian Edelman. I know he's older. I think he might be 33 years old or so, but the role that he plays and on this team, I think he'll be able to make it 12 to 13 games.
I like when team owners make their decision quickly. It makes everything smoother. Just a FYI for all those out there. Frank selects Jimmy Garoppolo, quarterback, San Francisco 49ers. On the clock now, Beckett's Bay Hive.
Jimmy G. If he can lead the porn stars alone, he could have a good season. I think from a quarterback standpoint, he's not a bad selection here, especially if he's your second quarterback. But if he's your primary quarterback, you're gonna have some games where he's gonna hurt you. So hopefully he can keep his mind in the game and focus on the task at hand. I think he does have weapons, but some of his weapons are dealing with injuries right now. So and to me, that Kyle Shanahan offense is a run to play action based offense. So if the run game is kind of acting a little shaky, then you can't expect Jimmy G to carry them. He's not Aaron Rodgers. He's not even Cam Newton. He's not a lot of these guys. He's a dink and dunk passer. He's more Kirk Cousins than he is anybody else. Can that help you? If your team is stacked, yeah. But if it's not, I don't know. Might be tough going with Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right. pick is in. Beckett's Bayhive selects Michael Gallup, wide receiver, Dallas Cowboys. On the clock now is Slumlord Kamish.
Michael Gallup. I mean, Michael Gallup has been slowly inclining. I think that he will have a decent season, but not what people think. I think CeeDee Lamb probably will have better numbers when it's all said and done than Michael Gallup. And I know that sounds a little crazy, unless this is contingent on Amari Cooper staying healthy. And here we're back to health again. Health is wealth. When Amari Cooper can stay healthy, then I think CeeDee Lamb's numbers are better than Michael Gallup. If Amari Cooper is out for an extended period of time for whatever reason, then I think you'll see those games where Michael Gallup will actually really have good games. So if you're playing fantasy and you come to a week where Amari Cooper is out, you can start Michael Gallup with confidence because he's definitely a viable number 2 option that will produce when he's given opportunity.
All right, the pick is in. Slumlord Kamish selects Cam Akers, running back, Los Angeles Rams, and that will wrap up round number 5.
Cam Akers. I like the upside. I like the potential, but he's already dealing with injuries and he's not playing yet. And there's also a crowded backfield. So I'm not so sold on Cam Akers. I like the potential, could be a potential keeper down the line, but I don't see it this year. I don't see it this year.
All right, let's start the 6th round of the draft. And just for the team owners out there, if you know your pick sooner, get them in a little sooner so we can keep this going. With the first pick in the next round, Slumlord Kamish selects Raheem Mostert, running back, San Francisco 49ers. And on the clock will be Beckett's Bayhive.
So Raheem Mostert, I think by all accounts, people are looking for him to be the guy. But is he the guy? He had a couple games last year where he kind of stepped up. They have another back in San Francisco to take some of the carries away. And to me, that system is like whoever's producing will get the ball. That's just how I feel about that offense. So if he gets to start and he doesn't produce, then they're going to the next guy to see if he can produce. I mean, at this part of the draft, it may be okay because you're just trying to look for starters to play. But again, I like known commodities over unknown commodities. And I think that what we know about Mostert is he does have the breakout ability and he can produce, but can he do it for 16 weeks? Can he do it week in and week out? That's yet to be seen.
All right, the pick is in. Beckett's Bayhive selects Ronald Jones II, running back, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Next on the clock is Frankie.
So I want to be polarizing. This is a terrible pick. Terrible. Ronald Jones is about to get his job taken away. He's about to get fired or traded or cut. I mean, all that could be false. But from all accounts, is that Ronald Jones will not be playing shortly. He might be used as like a secondary or third guy. They have LaShawn McCoy on their roster, who from the training camp reports they've said has done well and has looked sprightly. He's an older back, so I don't know. Bruce Arians came out and said before they signed Leonard Fournette that they wasn't looking at running backs. Oh no, we might want to get a running back. Like we're good. The next thing you know, the next night they were looking for running backs and they signed Leonard Fournette. So I don't like that pick. I don't like the pick.
All right, with the next pick, Frankie selects Aaron Rodgers, quarterback, Green Bay Packers. On the clock next, the champs.
Who was that? That was Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. So a lot of people were talking negative about Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers is still Aaron Rodgers. He's a household name. I don't, even though his numbers, people will give you numbers and stats why he's declining, and they signed a quarterback to get him out of there and stuff like that. Okay, but it was his first year in a new system. They changed the system, and he still played pretty decent. I anticipate Aaron Rodgers to be even better this year than he was last year. And he wasn't super great, but he wasn't that bad either. So I like Aaron Rodgers to pick. If he's your second quarterback, I mean, potentially he could be the guy that you start. It just depends. But I really like Aaron Rodgers quarterback pick. See if we can give you some numbers.
All right, the pick is in. Archie, or the champ, selects Jared Cook, tight end. I don't even know what team he plays for. Next on the clock is Mamba Magic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jared Cook plays for New Orleans. High-powered offense, good offense, gonna get a lot of looks. You know, it's gonna be interesting to see how this Alvin Kamara thing plays out, to see where his value is. I think Jared Cook is an important piece to that team, but if you're trying to fill your roster and you need a tight end, this is I think is a good tight end to have. Not the best, and I'm not looking at the board to see all the tight ends that are taken off the board currently, but he's not a bad pick.
Pick is in. Mamba Magic selects Tyler Higbee, tight end, Los Angeles Rams. On the clock now, Team Big Thad.
Tyler Higbee, that's another one of those guys. I think people are high on and anticipating he does well. He's been ranked high, and I was a little like, is he ranked too high? But Tyler Higbee has upside. He definitely has upside. If you're trying to, I mean, now we're doing a run of tight ends, it seems like, but I think Tyler Higbee has some potential. Has potential. If you didn't have a tight end and you needed one, you went with Tyler Higbee. Now there's some other guys, other tight ends that I like better, that we haven't talking about, but I do not like Tyler Higbee. I just don't know that week in and week out you're gonna get the production that you would want out of him, because he doesn't get a bunch of targets like that, and he's not catching a rack of touchdowns like that. So we'll see. Sean McVay's offense not really tight end centric, is play action centric. I mean, tight end can be used, but we'll see. We'll see.
All right, the pick is in. Big Thad selects Antonio Gibson, running back, Washington football team. On the clock now is Sir Drip Lord.
So I love the pick because I'm a Washington football team fan, but I want to like kind of temper expectations. In camp, they're sizing them, but you gotta realize, when you have a body of trash and you see something that's good in that body of trash, you're gonna be like, "Oh, Young, I found $1 in the trash." You're gonna size it to the next level. You don't need to size. Antonio Gibson does have talent, and I think he will be, a solid player at this level. He could have an immediate impact, and he could put up solid numbers, but I just don't want you to put too much stock in it. I don't know where he's gonna fit in the pecking order of your team and how you put your players in. But if you are a fan, just relax. I'm a fan of the team. I rock with us heavy, but I just don't want to get too sized. Maybe I'm scarred. Maybe I got PST. What do we call it?
PTSD.
Yeah, thank you, bro. You know the letters. Maybe I got that. because we've been so terrible, but just he's gonna do well. Good fantasy pick. Don't get too crazy with it. He's not gonna win you fantasy.
All right, the pick is in. Sir Drip Lord. Let me make sure that's who actually made the pick. Yes, Sir Drip Lord selected Matt Ryan, quarterback, Atlanta Falcons. Maple Ave is on the clock.
This is a guru pick right here. This is a guru pick right here. Matt Ryan is the most underrated quarterback in fantasy football. Maybe it's his face. I don't know.
We do have an auto draft selection for both Maple Ave and District Made. Maple Ave will be selecting Marvin Jones, and District Made will be selecting David Montgomery. So on the clock now, we have a Shark Week.
Marvin Jones, solid pick, solid pick. David Montgomery, solid pick. I mean, right now you're trying to milk a cow. You're just trying to get whatever value you can. And I think David Montgomery does have potential, but he's injured right now. So growing injury. I don't know if any of y'all fellas that had a growing strain or something. Jones is not, you don't just bounce back, bro. You don't just bounce back, especially when you're trying to cut away from grown men trying to feed their families. I don't know how I feel about David Montgomery, but Marvin Jones, I think is solid. Matthew Stafford's back. He needs options, people to throw to. I think that Marvin Jones will definitely be the recipient of a lot of passes. Galladay is the best receiver in that offense, but Marvin Jones is still a good number two. So I like both of those.
Oh, the pick is in. I was not paying attention. Shark Week selects Brandon Cooks, wide receiver. I assume he's still in LA, right, Harold?
No. He's actually with the Houston Texans now.
Houston Texans. See, I didn't even know. Houston Texans. Brandon Cooks on the board or on the clock now would be bend the knee. 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah. So Brandon Cooks, he's one of those guys. Well, he got a concussion. Apparently, he got a concussion in training camp. So, he's had injuries, but he's also been productive too. So it'll be interesting to see. I think this is one of those high risk, high reward type picks that you just, kind of throw a dart at the dartboard and hope that it sticks. I think that's Brandon Cooks. I mean, Deshaun Watson will be passing the football. They have limited options of people to catch the football. And then you think about just how he'll be utilized in the system. Brandon Cooks is a solid pick here.
All right. Ben Denise selects J.K. Dobbins, running back, Baltimore Ravens. Next on the clock, Nicholas.
J.K. Dobbins, another one of those guys that people are high on, just kind of like Jonathan Taylor with Indianapolis. They think he's going to cook because he has the talent to. I like J.K. Dobbins better than the Jonathan Taylor just because, well, I want to say better because I think Indianapolis has one of the better offensive lines. So from that standpoint, it's a better situation. Dobbins has a better situation to me because if he ends up seeing playing time along with Lamar Jackson, he's going to have success. And that's something that's tantalizing that you will want to kind of entertain if you have the opportunity to. So I get that pick at this point of the draft too. But again, it's still an unknown because there are other running backs in Baltimore ahead of him.
All right. This is an auto pick selection. And Nicholas will be selecting James White, running back, New England Patriots. On the clock now would be team period. 1 minute on the clock.
I don't like New England Patriots running backs, any of them, but I this is it. He'll have 2 or 3 games that he'll be good. 2 or 3 games where he'll catch like 10 passes for 100 some yards and maybe score whatever 3 game, like 3 games. So I don't think he'll never be like the guy that they'll just feed the ball, rush up the middle, do any. He's a gadget guy, similar to Tariq Cohen style. But like I said, James White, he'll have a few games where he plays well.
All right, the pick is in. Ben Denis. I'm sorry. Correction. Team Period selects Carson Wentz, wide receiver, Philadelphia Eagles. That will wrap up round 6.
Carson Wentz. So I mean, health is the major concern. Sometimes when they talk about these other quarterbacks like Cam Newton, or they talk about the health, like Carson Wentz is the most injury prone. Just depends on what you need him to be. What do you need him to be? If he's your second quarterback or is he your primary quarterback? If he's your primary, find another quarterback.
All right, 1 minute on the clock for Team Period. 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah. Carson Wentz solid. When he plays, he performs well. I just don't know how much you can really count on him. People have different quarterback strategies. Some people play matchups. Some people just want one quarterback. They don't care about the team. They just want to play him, for the entire season. If you're just trying to play Carson Wentz like that, you're going to need another quarterback because he's not reliable enough to go with him week in and week out. And he's good. I'm not, no hate.
All right. Team Period has selected Christian Kirk, wide receiver, Arizona Cardinals. Next on the clock, Team Nicholas. I will wait to see if he is in the group chat. He is not. So we will go to an auto draft. You'll be selecting Deontay Johnson, Pittsburgh. He's a wide receiver.
Commissioner not playing no games. If you're not, that pick don't come. Deontay Johnson is solid. I think he will have some opportunities. I still think Juju Schuster is the number one guy there. Even though I was critical of Juju Schuster earlier, but I still think Juju Schuster is the best receiver in that group to have. And I like Deontay Johnson. I think the upside is there. With Ben Roethlisberger, definitely has more value than without. But yeah, it's just gonna be interesting to see how that whole dynamic plays out. And I can't remember the other pick. Wow.
Christian Kirk was a Team Period's pick, but the next.
That's why I couldn't remember it. That's why I couldn't remember it. Though. Kirk's not a memorable guy.
All right, Ben Denis selects Deebo Samuel's wide receiver.
There we go. Deebo. I like Deebo. Not the one from Friday either. This one plays football, and
CJ is on the clock. CJ's on the clock.
He's solid. I like Deebo Samuel. Definitely showed a lot with that whole playoff Super Bowl run. He can be the number one guy. Explosive. Definitely put up I would say pretty decent fantasy numbers. I'll give you the numbers. Wait here a sec. See what Deebo Samuel did here.
All right, and the pick is already in. CJ selects Jamison Crowder, wide receiver. I'm assuming he's still with the Jets.
Yes. Yeah, the Jets are terrible. Just a little bit of stats on Debo Samuel: 57 receptions, 800 yards, 3 touchdowns. He needs to do better than that. He's already dealing with the injury, so hopefully he can get back from that. Um, Jameson Crowder, ex Washington football team player. So I just he plays with the Jets, and the Jets are just like I talked about a bag of trash earlier. Well, next to the trash is the recycling bin. That's the Jets team. So I don't know if I want somebody who's from the recycling bin, but to each his own.
All right, we do have an auto pick selection. It will end up being Josh Allen, quarterback, Buffalo Bills for District Made. We will then go, so that will be Josh Allen for District Made. And then for Maple Ave would be John Brown, wide receiver of the Buffalo Bills. Next on the clock, Sir Drip Lord.
Josh Allen. Josh Allen's an okay quarterback, especially if he's your second quarterback. Definitely going to get you rushing touchdowns, rushing yards. Passing yards are going to be at a minimum, so don't expect too much out of him. John Brown, on the other hand, had a pretty decent season. Definitely as it trended up through the season. I like John Brown a lot. I think he's a good wide receiver. But with Stephon Diggs now on that team, that's going to hurt his targets and his level of production because now there will be a concerted effort to get the ball into Stephon Diggs' hands. So I just think that kind of hurts John Brown to a certain degree. Will he have some games where he plays well and he puts up numbers? Yes, he will. Will it be every week and will it be consistent enough for you to not, get a headache during the fantasy season? No, it will not. No, it will not. But if he's your flex wide receiver, you should be okay. You should be okay. He's your flex. If he's your number two, nah, I don't know. You might be extremely disappointed at the production. I'm just keeping it 100.
All right, the pick is in. Sir Drip Lord has selected Noah Fant, tight end, Denver Broncos. Next on the clock is Big Thad.
Noah Fant, another one of those tight ends, high upside. We saw him, do a few things last year, but his numbers overall weren't crazy through the roof. You're drafting him with the on basically potential. That's why you're drafting him on a level of potential that exists there. There's a couple tight ends that have not been spoken about or drafted yet that I think are better. But Noah Fant, I think his numbers will pretty much be the same as they were last year. 40 receptions, 562 yards for 3 touchdowns. So I think he'll be right around that again this year. Hopefully that's enough from the tight end position to help you win fantasy. But if it's not, there are other options.
All right, I'm going to give Big Thad about 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds, Big Thad. All right, the pick is in. Big Thad selects Austin Hooper, tight end, Cleveland Browns. Next on the clock, Mamba Magic.
Yes. So Austin Hooper, interesting pick. Now we're back picking tight ends. I guess people are trying to fill their rosters at this point. Another tight end, I think, who's solid. He's I think you're going to be hard pressed for him to actually give you the production that he gave you in Atlanta with this team. with the Cleveland Browns now. He switched teams. I don't think he gets 75 receptions because Odell Beckham Jr., Jarvis Landry are both there. So that's going to cut that. 787 yards. Nah, I don't think he gets that. 6 touchdowns. I don't think he gets that. So if you just filling your roster out, if you got tight ends already on your roster and you got a stud and this is just your secondary guy just to fill in for a bye week or something, then it should be okay. But if he's more than that, you're in trouble. I just want you to know.
Okay, well, the pick is in. Give me 1 second. Pick is in. Mamba Magic selects Mike Gesicki, tight end, Miami Dolphins. DeChamp is on the clock.
Mike Gesicki, 51 receptions, 570 yards, 5 touchdowns last year. I think you get more of the same. More of the same. I mean, I know he's a big target, but there's likely going to be a quarterback change at some point during the season, and that may open up for Mike Gesicki. When that happens, Ryan Fitzpatrick's still the quarterback, and I'm not sure that Mike Gesicki will really get all of that much. It's kind of like the Noah Fant situation. If he's your number one tight end, you're in trouble. If he's a backup guy, you kind of switching out, you just play week to week, then you should be good. He's going to have some boom weeks where he fries, and then he's going to have some weeks where he doesn't.
All right, the pick is in. The champion selects Tevin Coleman, running back. Next on the clock, Frankie.
Tevin Coleman. We talk about running backs in San Francisco. I think San Francisco is looking for him to actually have a rebirth. Battle injuries, came on late, and potentially could be the guy in San Francisco. I think they're going to give Raheem Mostert a really, a chance to be the guy, and have Tevin Coleman as the number 2. But I mean, there could be a situation where he becomes the number 1 because that's why they brought him to they brought him to the team to be the number 1. So we'll see. But it's a solid pick here. It's a solid pick here. You're just trying to find value.
All right. We're going to give 30 seconds to Frank, 30 more seconds before the pick is in. All right, 15 seconds, Frank. All right, the pick is in. Frank selects Gerald Everett. I believe he's a wide receiver, correct?
Wide receiver / tight end. Just depends. But Gerald Everett, another one of those guys who has upside, a lot of potential. Has been listed as a tight end. Will be alongside Tyler Higbee. Tyler Higbee had the better numbers, but
Just want to break in real quick. 1 minute on the clock for Beckett's Bayhive. 1 minute on the clock.
So had 400 yards last year, 2 touchdowns. Those numbers just are like, I mean, don't get it twisted. Joe Everett has talent. I think the talent is there, but I just don't know that you get. I mean, is this going to be his breakout season? I mean, I just don't. I don't anticipate that or see that happening. So, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. But right now we've already named 2 tight ends in that same system. So both of them can't have great years. I mean, it's just that's just not realistic. So I don't like this pick. Joe Everett.
All right, we do need to have Beckett's Bayhive more responsible. She did give me her pick, but in an irresponsible way. So you got to do better than that, Beckett's Bayhive. Beckett Bayhive selects Emmanuel Sanders, wide receiver, New Orleans Saints. Next on the clock is Slumlord Commish.
So we got Emmanuel Sanders, who's now um, coming in. He had a pretty solid year after injury with San Francisco last year, and now has moved on. And at 33 years old, he's still out here playing football with the Saints. So it's going to be interesting to see. I really don't, as far as production, I really don't know with Emmanuel Sanders. I mean, I know that Sean Payton likes to spread the ball around. He likes to utilize a lot of different options. Could there be a week or 2 or 3 where Emmanuel Sanders is a recipient of a lot of targets? And I mean, that is definitely possible. Um, would I put bread on it? Nah, Bob.
All right, Slumlord Commish selects Philip Lindsay, running back, Denver Broncos, and that will wrap up round number 7.
So I like Philip Lindsay. Good pick here for the value. We talked about Melvin Gordon earlier, and I like him better, but Philip Lindsay still will be utilized. Um, I think he'll get opportunities. They just won't be consistent enough for you to like rely on it. And when you're playing fantasy, you're trying to find guys you can rely on like week to week. Like this person's going to give me this production each and every week. You won't be able to get that with Philip Lindsay. He's going to have some boom and bust weeks, and it's not going to really have anything to do with him, but everything to do about how the game is being called. I think if they're losing and they're losing in games, then you'll see Philip Lindsay get a lot of work in the passing game and stuff like that. But if they're winning, I don't necessarily know that you'll see all of that much of Philip Lindsay. You'll see much more of Melvin Gordon, and because of that, I probably wouldn't have picked him. But here in the draft, I like that pick here in the draft.
All right, let's start the 8th round. Slumlord Commish selects Matthew Stafford, quarterback, Lions. Beckett's Bayhive is on the clock.
Matthew Stafford. What can I say about it? Deal with injury last year, was out for essentially the entire year. It's coming back. Will he be able to like be the Matthew Stafford of old, like a stat stuffing loser? That's what he is, a stat stuffing loser. But the first part of that is stat stuffing. Lama puts up solid numbers. He throws touchdowns. He has weapons. He can play the quarterback position. It just doesn't necessarily translate to wins. For a quarterback on your team, your fantasy team, like I said, I'm a big fan of Matt Ryan. He's a much better quarterback as far as fantasy goes than Matthew Stafford. But he's okay. Like Matthew Stafford is okay. He's gonna have some games where he throws for 400 or 350. You can get those bonus points. So as your secondary quarterback, that's straight.
All right, Beckett's Bayhive selects Justin Tucker, kicker, Baltimore Ravens. Next on the clock is Frankie.
As much as I love Justin Tucker, as much as I do, he's a great kicker. It's a little early for kickers. Like, I mean, I know we've passed the halfway mark of the draft, but kickers are just can they win you a fantasy game? I guess, but I would rather have a productive player over a great fantasy kicker. Um, and I think there's still a lot of productive players available, but everybody has their own strategy. And I've seen people do stuff that I would never do in my life, and then somehow, some way, they end up in the finals. It's just how it goes. So while I say Justin Tucker is one of the better kickers out there, it's a little early for kickers, in my opinion. Unless there was like some crazy bonus you could get for, making a 50-yarder or something like that.
Let's give 30 seconds to Frank, 30 more seconds. So far, man, what are your thoughts, Harold, on the draft so far?
I mean, it's shaping up nice. I mean, the keepers that each of the teams kept, that was the big starting, because that kind of sets the tone for your team. I think people have their strategies of who they want to go after, and they're just kind of sticking with that strategy. But I can kind of see that we're getting further in this draft, the name players and who to select is starting to become a little more grim. So we'll see how this half
all
shakes.
right. Give him 5. Oh, all right. The pick is in. Frank has selected Chris Thompson. I know he played for the Washington football team. I'm not sure who he plays for now, but Chris Thompson, running back, I assume. The champion is on the clock now.
Chris Thompson is a Jaguar. He followed his buddy. I'm not going to say that. That's disrespectful. But he followed his buddy, Jay Gruden, down there to Jacksonville, who's the coordinator of the Jacksonville Jaguars, to be his guy. They let Leonard Fournette go. I think part of that was Jay Gruden and Chris Thompson, special treatment. We know if you're a fan of the team here, they give special treatment to people. So I don't really like Chris Thompson because the team Jaguars aren't really that good. But I mean, if you think that he'll somehow, some way be a valuable asset there because Jay Gruden is his man, I can get that philosophy or that thinking process. But I just don't see it lending to anything materialized for them because they're not that good, in my opinion.
All right, the pick is in. The champion selects Mecole Hardman, wide receiver, Kansas City Chiefs. Mamba Magic is on the clock.
Mecole Hardman is a great pick here. I'm a little hesitant to say that I think he's going to have a breakout year because I thought it was going to be last year, but I think this year he'll actually have a breakout year. Sammy Watkins has a tough time staying healthy. You got Tyreek Hill, who's dealing with some injuries here and there. And you have, one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play in Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes wants to go downfield. And Mecole Hardman, next to Tyreek Hill, is probably the fastest guy on the team. So I would expect that the aggressive play calling will allow for opportunity for Mecole Hardman to make plays downfield and be utilizing that offense. And because it's a high-powered offense, he will get the opportunities. So, I like Mecole Hardman definitely at this juncture of the draft.
We do need some clarification from one of our team owners, Mama Magic. Please respond to the chat.
Clarification means it's a double name. Person might someone has the same name.
All right, the pick is in. Mamba Magic selects Mike Williams, wide receiver, Los Angeles Chargers. Big Thad is on the clock.
Mike Williams, good pick. I mean, we've seen him have an injury recently to his AC joint in his shoulder. Apparently, he should be ready by week 1. You just don't want that to be a lingering issue. But Mike Williams is a beast. He's a beast. I mean, again, to those who watch Hard Knocks, I mean, they got a new quarterback, Tyrod Taylor, who's going to be asked to distribute the ball, and I think Mike Williams will be one of the recipients of those passes.
All right, the pick is in. Big Thad selects Darius Slayton, wide receiver. Sir Drip Lord is on the clock.
Darius Slayton, I think Darius Slayton has upside. I think he could potentially cook. Definitely can. I'm just not sold that he will. Daniel Jones is the quarterback of the team, who I don't think is bad. I'm not going to slander him. I made it known I'm a Washington football team fan. I think he's solid. Darius Slayton is a good prospect wide receiver, but I just don't know that week to week that offense will be able to put out solid numbers. I mean, as a sleeper, I think you're okay in that territory if that's the route that you're going, for like sleeper purposes. I think Darius Slayton falls in line with that. But at this point in the draft, he's not going like ahead of his draft value.
All right, Sir Drip Lord selects Justin Jefferson, wide receiver, Minnesota. We do have an auto selection coming up for Maple Ave. She will select Anthony Miller. And then we have another auto select for Matt Breida. So just to recap those 3 picks, Justin Jefferson drafted by Sir Drip Lord, Anthony Miller by Maple Ave, and Matt Breida by District Made. Next on the clock would be Chark Week.
So I like Justin Jefferson, but I don't like him as much as probably the person who drafted him. I get the idea that since Stephon Diggs is gone, Justin Jefferson will step in and be that guy. Has he been doing well in camp? Yes, he has. But there's still growing pains with rookies, just period in general. And I'm not so sure he'll step in and be that guy that you would want him to be.
All right, the pick is in. Chark Week selects Hayden Hurst, tight end. Next on the clock is CJ.
So Hayden Hurst is one of those guys that I like Hayden Hurst a lot. I like Hayden Hurst a lot for Atlanta. I think he steps in right into Austin Hooper's role, and I think he's more athletic than Austin Hooper. I liked him in Baltimore. He just was behind Mark Andrews, and so he just couldn't really get the look. I really like Hayden Hurst. That is a steal from the tight end. Like when I talk about potential for like upside, Atlanta uses their tight end. Their pass happy offense. Julio Jones is going to get double covered. Hayden Hurst is going to be a recipient of a lot of touchdowns, probably 6 or 8, or at least the minimum what Austin Hooper did for them. So I really like that. Matt Breida is just a roster fill pick. He plays in Miami now, could do something. Anthony Miller, I don't like because he plays on a team with a terrible quarterback. So, two, Nick Foles and Mitchell Trubisky are both trash. So I don't like wide receivers that need quarterbacks to be good. Yeah.
All right, sorry about that delay. CJ selects Deshaun Jackson, wide receiver, Philadelphia Eagles. Bendany is on the clock.
D-Jack. Last year I was like, oh, D-Jack is a sleeper. He's going in later rounds. Nobody's really thinking about him. And he comes out the first week, does well, and then Bama gets hurt. And then I had to discard. Didn't come back. This Bama he got hurt and didn't come back. D-Jack this year, I think he's healthy. had a little hiccup, with his statements about Jewish people, and that kind of got him hemmed up a little bit. I think he's going to just shut up and ball out. They don't really have a lot. Alshon Jeffrey's hurt. The other receiver for them, Jalen Rager's hurt right now, all questionable for week one. So Deshaun Jackson is really the only healthy receiver on their roster. That's one of the reasons why they didn't cut him. So I think that for at least the foreseeable future, the short term, he's going to put up solid numbers, I believe. So that's a good sleeper late round pick, in my opinion, Deshaun Jackson.
30 more seconds for bend the knee. 30 more seconds.
Yeah.
All right, the pick is in. And I made a error earlier. I said that what's the other Alabama wide receiver? Harold, who's the other wide receiver that was drafted earlier?
Jerry Jeudy.
Jerry Jeudy. I said he played for the Raiders and he plays for the Broncos. It is Henry Ruggs who plays for the Raiders. And Ben Denis has selected Henry Ruggs, wide receiver from Las Vegas. Next on the clock is Team Nicholas. 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, Raiders definitely wanted to get Antonio Brown last year. That he was acting a fool. Probably the CTE had his head messed up, fried egg upstairs, and then they were trying to get explosive players on offense, and it looks like they did. They brought in some explosive players to their offense. Henry Ruggs the third being one of them. And while I think he will eventually get to being a productive wide receiver for the Las Vegas Raiders, I think it will take some time, and I think there'll be some growing pains and some up and down games where he fries, games where he doesn't, games where he fries, games where he doesn't.
All right, the pick is in. Auto pick. Nicholas selects Preston Williams, wide receiver, Miami. Matt is on the clock.
I'm a fan of Preston Williams. He before he went out with his season in the injury, I thought he was balling out. Definitely is a big play. Potential is there, big target. Definitely can be a true number one. I mean, all facts. I think this point of the draft, you're trying to get guys who potentially, almost like an AJ Green where they have the high ceiling and you just need the output. Preston Williams fits the mold for that.
All right, the pick is in. Matt is neat, and the previous pick was a keeper pick, which was Austin Eckler, and his current pick is Joe Burrow, quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals. Nicholas is on the clock.
So this is one of those picks I really, really do like. I like the pick because Joe Burrow on the sleeper, they're going to be passing a lot. Zach Taylor brought in Joe Burrow to throw. He wants to throw. So there's going to be a lot of passes to the running back, passes to the wide receivers, passes to the slot, passes to the outside. They want to utilize the weapons that they have on offense. And so they have a lot of receivers, John Ross, AJ Green, Tyler Boyd, Joe Mixon. They're going to be throwing all of these dudes. So I like the pick. Joe Burrow is definitely, they're going to be trying to get everything they can out of that first pick at a draft. So I like it. He's going to be in the games they're getting smacked, and they're going to have to pass. So he's going to throw for 300. Fantasy is not necessarily about winning games. It's about points.
All right, the pick is in. Auto draft pick for Nicholas, Golden Tate, wide receiver, New York Giants. Next on the clock is Ben the Knee.
So Golden Tate is one of those sneaky receivers that
Correction, she has already selected Kyler Murray. So next on the clock is CJ.
So Golden Tate, excellent pick. I think he's one of those guys who produces a lot. One of Daniel Jones's main guys when he does play. So, I mean, out of those guys, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, and Golden Tate, history would say you want Golden Tate because he's gotten most of the looks and a lot of the passes, and he's had a lot of good games. But you just never know, man. There's a new coordinator in town, Jason Garrett. You just never know who they like and they want to feed the ball. So still kind of up in the air. But I like Golden Tate.
All right, the pick is in. CJ has selected, and if I can get my camera on, CJ has selected Paris Campbell, wide receiver, Indianapolis. Next on the clock, Shark Week.
Paris Campbell, one of those guys I was high on. This is the problem with drafting rookies. Like you think just because of what they did in college is going to translate to the NFL. Paris Campbell came in last year and he was just the guy. He was just the guy. I mean, I'm sure the talent level was there, but this year I think the expectations are higher for him. I think Phillip Rivers brings him stability, but you really need an injury in order for him to actually take the next step up.
All right, the pick is in. Shark Week has selected Boston Scott, running back.
I like Boston Scott.
And the next two auto picks will be. Well, hold on. Let me double check. I think she might have came in the room just now. No. All right. So the next two auto picks are going to be Kerryon Johnson of the Detroit Lions and Zach Moss of the Buffalo Bills. Next on the clock, Maple Ave.
So these last three picks, Boston Scott really like that pick. Really like that pick. Something happened to Miles Sanders. He's the handcuff you want. Definitely show he has the ability to play. I mean, as long as Miles Sanders is there, his numbers won't be that great. But if football injuries happen. Kerryon Johnson, like him, definitely has upside. Right now, he's slated to be the starter. So, despite what the talk about the Detroit Lions backup and what they're going right now, Kerryon Johnson is slated to be the starter, and he's healthy. So he said that he's trying to focus on his health and make sure that he stays healthy this year. I gotta see it to believe it. But at this part of the draft, if Kerryon Johnson fries like people expect him to do, or how he's done in some games, early on last season, this could be the steal of the draft right here. This could be the steal of the draft because I'm not convinced that the rookie will just come in and take his spot. So I like this Kerryon Johnson. Zach Moss too, one of those backup guys that can easily be the starter. And right now there is an injury in front of him, Devin Singletary. So he's going to have an opportunity. You just hope that he gets the opportunity and doesn't give it away. Well, unless you have Devin Singletary, then you hope that he doesn't do well with the opportunity. It just depends on who you got. Who you got. But I like those three picks. Those are all solid three picks.
Sorry about the delay. Sir Driploader has selected Jared Goff. Quarterback of the Los Angeles Rams. Big Thad is on the clock.
Jared Goff, great quarterback to have in fantasy. Puts up solid fantasy numbers every week. He might not be the best or the highest scoring fantasy quarterback, but he's always in the mix. And he's consistent. And that's what you want. And his offensive, say what you want about Sean McVay. We should have never let him go. The Bama's play calling is on 99. I mean, it's predictable at times, but it is productive for their offense. It's going to be interesting to see without the, Ty Gurley in the backfield, what they'll do to pivot. I think they'll actually pass more. So for Jared Goff's sake, he'll definitely have opportunities. They got a tough one the first week versus Dallas Cowboys. So we're gonna see what they do, what Jared Goff does. But that's a good second quarterback to have on your team if you have to pivot and play him.
All right, 30 more seconds for Big Thad. 30 more seconds. And the pick is in. Big Thad has selected Robbie Anderson, wide receiver, Carolina Panthers. Next on the clock is Mamba Magic.
This is guru status right here. When I give you the guru stamp, that means you know what you're doing. Robbie Anderson is a sleeper. He's official. Was the number one receiver with the Jets, has moved on over here. He's in a new system. They got Teddy Bridgewater as the quarterback. Apparently, talking camp is they've been going downfield, and Robbie Anderson has been looking the part. I think that he's a speedster. So, anytime he gets the ball in his hand, he's a threat to score. So I like this pick. I think that Robbie Anderson will have a solid season. I don't think he'll have 1,000 yards, but I think he'll be really close. And I think he'll have about 5 to 7 touchdowns, which is more than he had with the Jets. So great pick right here. This is super sleeper, but that was a good pick.
All right, the pick is in. Mamba Magic has selected Duke Johnson, running back. Next on the clock is the Champs.
Another good pick. Duke Johnson, another solid backup to have. I mean, who will get opportunities and carries? You got to remember, he's already been in the system in Houston. So he's going to get work. He's going to get opportunities. They're going to utilize him a lot. So he may even be in your flex at times. I mean, if you're getting somebody in this late in the draft or this part of the draft that you actually are utilizing, that are playing week to week, then you did good in your draft. So Duke Johnson is one of those guys that could potentially be that, because he will get opportunities.
All right, the pick is in. The Champ has selected Gardner Minshew. Frank is on the clock now.
So I got, just to let y'all know some things about me. I got a $20 bet that Joe Burrow is going to have a better season than Gardner Minshew. I know Gardner Minshew is a good quarterback in a lot of people's minds. He's a gutsy player. But to me, I just don't think that he's that great of a quarterback. Now, if he's your secondary guy, okay, but and maybe I'm a little bitter because I had Gardner Minshew on my team and he just was not producing to the level that I needed him to produce, and I got like a little bit of buyer's remorse, like, why did I get this guy? But to me, it's gonna be interesting to see his numbers at the end of the year.
All right, the pick is in. Frank has selected Cole Beasley, wide receiver, Buffalo. Beckett's Bayhive is on the clock.
So I don't like this pick. Reason I don't like this pick is one, you play Buffalo Bills. They're not really a pass happy team. They're a run center team. And they focus on their defense and then running, and then passing is, third or not even secondary. Then you brought in Stephon Diggs. You have other receivers, John Brown. Where does Cole Beasley get touches?
All right, the pick is in. Beckett's Bayhive selects 49ers defense / special team, San Francisco 49ers. Next on the clock is Slumlord Kamish.
All right. Guru stamp. The reason it is not because the defense has gone early. Yeah, now you shouldn't pick defense early. But if you're going to pick a defense, you better get the best one out here. And there's two defenses out here that are neck and neck for number one, in my opinion. San Francisco is one of those defenses. them Bama's are stacked. They went into the draft and got richer at defense. So I anticipate them still staying at a high level. You know, defense can win you games and get you points. And though I think it's a little premature, I'm not mad that you went out here and got the defense you wanted. Because at the end of the day, you want to be able to just play your defense and not have to play matchups every week. So good pick.
All right, the pick is in. Slumlord Kamish selects Ben Roethlisberger. He hates Ben Roethlisberger with a passion. He is blocked on Twitter by Ben Roethlisberger. By the way, go check and see on Twitter if you've been blocked by him. He blocks a lot of people for no reason. Anyways, I still selected him. This is fantasy football. Ben Roethlisberger at quarterback, and now wrap up round number 9. Just a quick reminder. I know we have keepers. I know it's a minute on the clock, but if you could get your picks in a little sooner, we could get the draft done a little sooner. Thank you.
Ben Roethlisberger. I'm gonna actually go online and slander him just to see if he'll block me, if he hasn't already. Ben Roethlisberger. I think it's a solid pick. He's set to have a comeback year. I think at this part of the draft, you hope that he does. You know what I'm saying? Will he is the question, but apparently he's gotten lighter. That's what the reports have said. He's more agile. I like the pick of Ben Roethlisberger. I'm not really a fan of him because he's a rapey type dude, but from a football standpoint, when he plays, he has big games. Bama's thrown for 500 yards in a game. He does well at times. He just can't stay healthy. So,
all right, the pick is in. Slumlord Kamish selects tight end Eric Ebron, Pittsburgh Steelers. Beckett's Bayhive is on the clock.
I like Eric Ebron. I think he will have some opportunities this year. I think this may be like a sleeper pick because I don't think a lot of people have really like kept him on the radar. And it was just only a season ago he had a pretty decent touchdown output for the Colts. So if he can duplicate that with Ben Roethlisberger, who I know likes to throw to his tight ends, this could be a steal in the draft, honestly. I like the Eric Ebron. Health is another thing for this dude. So keep that in mind. But could be a steal. Could be a steal for sure.
All right, the pick is in for Beckett's Bayhive. You got to be more responsible, by the way. Latavius Murray, running back, New Orleans Saints. I had a mental blank right now. And then the next pick will be Sir Driplord. Sir Driplord is on the clock.
I like Latavius. Latavius had some solid games last year for the Saints. The Alvin Kamara situation, he wants a new contract, and that's kind of up in the air. I think, opens the way for Latavius Murray. Apparently, Alvin Kamara is in talks with the team organization. I don't know if they're going to try to trade him or what the deal is. I mean, we know the league does not like to play running backs, period. So, and Alvin Kamara is on his rookie deal, and he wants that bread. So, disgruntled Alvin Kamara makes a more valuable Latavius Murray. So, at this point of the draft, I'm not mad at the pick. I think Latavius Murray definitely could be the guy if they have to pivot that way. Sean Payton is the guy for that offense that makes that offense tick. His play calling is what makes that offense successful. So we'll see.
Uh, 30 more seconds for Sir Driplord. 30 seconds. Halfway through the draft, Harold, who are the team owners that are looking pretty good right now?
I don't have all of the picks in front of me, but give me a second and I'll give you a feedback on who I think the owners that has the squad that's going to win it all.
All right, 10 seconds, Sir Driplord.
Mm-hmm.
5 seconds, Sir Driplord. All right. before I he just got the pick in. Justin. Sir Driplord has selected Jalen Rager, wide receiver, Philadelphia. And Maple Ave will select Marlon Mack. And District Made will select Daniel Jones. Next on the clock is Shark Week.
Okay, so Jalen Rager, first one selected. Eagles, we talked about Eagles receivers. He's already kind of dealing with injury. I think the Eagles brought him in to definitely give him opportunities and see if he can be another weapon that they have on offense. Last year they had so many injuries. I should have tried out for them Bama's, honestly, because I might have got a look. But they need Jalen Rager badly for their offense. They need him badly. So hopefully he can get healthy and produce for them. I think once he is healthy or can get healthy, then he will be somebody who they look to do, look to get involved heavily in their offense. So we're just gonna have to wait and see.
All right, the pick is in. Shark Week has selected Will Lutz, kicker, New Orleans Saints. On the clock now, CJ.
So Will Lutz, what do I say about him? Why are we picking Will Lutz? I know you need to fill out your roster. I know you need to fill out your team, but there's over 400 players in the league, not kickers, that can still help your team. When you're on a bye week, you can pick any kicker. When your running back is injured, you need a running back. When your wide receiver is injured, you need a wide receiver. When you're tight end, you can pick any kicker. I would say defense too. You can kind of pick any defense. You'll play the matchup. It's not really so I just don't get the Will Lutz pick. This like right now.
30 more seconds. CJ, 30 more seconds. All right, the pick is in. CJ has selected Steelers defense. Ben Denis is on the clock.
Steelers defense is fire. The number one and number two defenses is Steelers defense and San Francisco. So those are now off the board, off the clock. Those are fire defenses. Steelers, some saying this might be the best Steelers defense in a minute. But we're gonna see. I mean, people like the Patriots defense, people like other defenses too. But from my assessment, Steelers D and the San Francisco 49ers defense are the two top defenses they have, and they're no longer available. There are two more that I would have if I was picking in this draft. But yeah, those are solid defenses.
All right, the pick is in. Ben Denis has selected Andrew Madison, running back, Minnesota Vikings. I had to remember. Next on the clock, Nicholas.
Vikings. Yeah, good pick. Madison. I like Alexander Madison. If something happens to Dalvin Cook, he's first in line. They always kind of make you feel like they can easily pivot to the secondary guy, But when if the primary guy gets hurt, you hear all these reports about, are they going to pick up a running back? Are they going to try to sign this guy or whatever? But I think Alexander Madison is a solid backup. He's one of the better handcuffs in the league. There's like 3 handcuffs that I personally would want to have. Alexander Madison is one of those handcuffs. So shout out to whoever picked Madison. That's a guru pick. Definitely a guru pick.
All right, we do have an auto selection, and this is when I really get upset about auto selections. TJ Hawkinson, selected by Nicholas. Team period is on the clock now.
TJ Hawkinson. So, a lot of upside. Definitely Detroit Lions offense. Matthew Stafford's back. All of that makes me, kind of excited. I think his season last year was just kind of not just lackluster, just because there was no real passing quarterback for the team. So, I mean, I like the pick. I like TJ Hawkinson. I mean, his numbers weren't that great though. I just want to prepare you. 32 receptions, 367 yards, 2 touchdowns. Need more than that.
All right, Maz Neat has selected, or team period, has selected Blake Jarwin, tight end, Dallas Cowboys. That will complete this round. Matt is Neat is back on the clock for his next pick.
Jarwin. Too many mouths to feed, honestly. Too many mouths to feed. So I'm not hating. Definitely not hating. I'm definitely not hating. But I mean, if you need a tight end, you need a tight end, but I don't foresee him actually doing anything.
All right, the pick is in. Maz Neat has selected Bears defense. Next on the clock is Nicholas, and Nicholas will be selecting Darrell Henderson, running back, Rams. Next on the clock will be, and if I remember will be Bend the Knee. Bend the Knee is on the clock.
Darrell Henderson. So crowded backfield. I think he was supposed to be the guy when he drafted him. I was high on him when he got drafted into the NFL. I thought he was going to come in and take Ty Gurley's spot sooner than later. And apparently he's just been a slow guy to pick up the offensive system that, Sean McVay has out here. I don't know. Sometimes in football, if they don't just like your attitude, you just kind of get relegated to the bottom of the depth chart. So this is one of those situations I don't know if he just, cursed out a coach or something. I don't know, but the talent is there, but he just hasn't really been catapulted up the food chain yet. So for whatever reason, I know he's had some injuries and he's dealing with injuries now. Maybe that's holding him back, but I don't know. Right now, it looks like it's 2 other guys that will be in front of him when it's all said and done. So
30 seconds left on the clock for Bend the Knee.
So we'll see what happens with Darrell Henderson. I would hope he fries, but I'm not likely. Not likely.
All right, the pick is in. Bend the Knee has selected N'Keal Harry, wide receiver, New England Patriots. CJ is on the clock.
So N'Keal Harry, first season didn't have really a good campaign. The Patriot system, some receivers have trouble kind of picking it up. A lot of different switches at the line and stuff. So hopefully in the second year you'll be able to be more comfortable. I think that I believe they have plans for N'Keal Harry. Was definitely productive in college. Cam Newton is going to need to pass the ball to somebody. So outside of Edelman, I think N'Keal Harry will be that secondary guy. So I like N'Keal Harry. right here in this part of the draft.
Yeah. 30 more seconds on the clock. 30 more second on the clock for CJ. $15 seconds on the clock. And the pick is actually in John Ross, wide receiver, Cincinnati. That would be the pick. John Ross, wide receiver, Cincinnati. Shark Week is on the clock.
John Ross, like John Ross, I mean, he's had some games where he was definitely has upside, has speed, but he's dealt with injuries too. So I just don't know if you can rely on him. He would be the third guy in the pecking order. I mean, they do have another receiver too that plays on that roster that they drafted. So I don't know where John Ross fits in. I mean, we're later in the draft, so you're just trying to like kind of get guys on your roster. But I think there's still people out here that are available that could actually impact your roster now, today. I don't think that John Ross is that guy. Could he be if something happens to AJ Green? Potentially, but I just don't see it.
All right, the pick is in. Shark Week has selected Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver. Next on the clock, we will have two back-to-back auto picks. We will have Raquel Armstead, running back, going to District Made. And then we will have Bashad Perriman going to Maple Ave. And the next pick will be Sir Drip Lord.
Okay. Who was after Raquel Armstead? It was.
I will check that real quick. I already had a mental black. Bashad Perriman.
Oh, Bashad Perriman. So Brandon Ayuk, good pick. Definitely going to come in and be a guy they're going to try to use the kind of take some pressure off for Debo Samuel with the San Francisco 49ers. So like him, Raquel Armstead, I get the people think that that he was going to come in because they lost Leonard Fournette. Apparently, Raquel Armstead is dealing with the COVID-19, which we're going to see this year. It's going to happen to some players, so just get your mind right. So, I mean, he'll get over that, but time out and time to assert yourself as the number one hurts.
$30 more seconds for Sir Drip Lord.
And then lastly, Bashad Perriman. I don't. It's a lot. It's a lot of mouths to feed, and well, now I'm sorry. He's a New York Jets now, so he's not with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers anymore. But he's with the Jets. They don't have any weapons, so they got to pass to somebody. So I think that actually may be a good pick.
All right, the pick is in. Sir Drip Lord has selected New Orleans Saints defense / special teams. Big Thad is on the clock.
I like New Orleans Saints defense. When you look at it on paper, it's solid. It's solid. Yeah, I'm whoever made that selection, good pick. Good pick. When you're talking about like getting defense and you need a defense you could play week in and week out, New Orleans Saints. At one time they were wet paper towel. It was a wet paper towel out here just getting ran through. But they've since turned that around and they're a solid defense. So I like it.
All right, the pick is in. Big Fat has selected Sony Michelle, running back, New England Patriots. Mama Magic is on the clock.
So Sony Michelle. Again, I don't really like Patriots running backs. They got Burkhead, they got all the White, they got all these different running backs in the roster. You don't know who's gonna get the carries. They'll tell you one thing, and then the game will start, and then you won't even see your running back on the field. You'll be like, why is my running back not playing? And they'll just not have dressed him. So that's the kind of things you need to look forward to if you're drafting a running back from the Patriots. It may be Sony Michelle for 5 weeks in a row as the lead guy, and then they just switch it. So just prepare yourself for that if you intend on playing Sony Michelle like that. But he could be a good producing back for you at some point.
30 seconds on the clock, additional 30 seconds. All right, the pick is in. Mama Magic has selected 4 different defenses that were already selected already. He selected now New England Patriots defense. On the clock now is the champion.
Okay, another good defense. I like New England Patriots defense. They're solid. You know, what was top 2 in the league last year. Um, with another defense, I'm not going to name it. But yeah, solid defense. Solid defense. Um, I guess this is the part of the draft. Excuse me. This is part of the draft where people go after team defenses. So that's what we're doing now. Um, Points allowed, New England was up there.
All right, the pick is in. The champ has selected Vikings defense / special teams, Minnesota Viking. Frank is on the clock.
I like the Vikings defense. They're all in my top. When you're looking at their stats last year, Vikings only gave up 18 points a game, which is fairly good. Um, and they produce over 100. I'm sorry, they produce 48 sacks on a year. Had a decent level of turnover, so they do cause turnover. So I like them. They just added more firepower to their roster on the defensive line. Um, so I like the pick. Yannick Ngakoue is definitely going to help that roster.
30 more seconds on the clock for Frank. 30 more seconds. Fifteen seconds. All right, the pick is in. Frank has selected Greg Olson, tight end, Seattle Seahawks. Beckett's Bayhive is on the clock.
Like Greg Olson, definitely get the idea thought process of putting him in there. And I'm not sure if they still have Will Disley. So they got two tight ends. Greg Olson, I think, will be their touchdown guy out of the two. So look to him for him to be utilized in the red zone a lot. And with that said, I think it's a solid pick. He won't give you a whole bunch of yards and receptions and things of that nature, but he'll probably get you about 5 touchdowns or so. So I think it's an okay pick. Okay pick. I don't love it, but I don't hate it either.
Let's give 30 more seconds for Kiera. All right, the pick is in. Kiera, you got to do better. Curtis Samuels, wide receiver. I assume he's still with Carolina, correct?
He is with Carolina.
All right, and the next pick, Slumlord Kamish. I'm just going to do this quickly. It will be the Indianapolis Colts defense. Do have some tidying up to do, so give me a minute.
So you got Curtis Samuel, and then you got the Colts defense. So I like well, Curtis Samuel, like I said, he right now he's like the third guy out. So I don't know how much you can really expect from him at this point. You just kind of grasping for straws. I know a lot of people are just trying to feel like who can I just pick? Like all the main people are gone, and so you're trying to get secondary and third tier guys to just fill out your roster. I get it. Colts defense is solid.
All right, let's start now. The 12th round. Let's try and be quickly with this one. 1 minute on the clock for Slum Lord Kamish.
All right, so we got the commissioner picking again. Colts defense, like I said, I didn't really get to talk about them, but I like the Colts defense. I think they're like a solid tier D.
All right, the pick is in. Wide receiver Sammy Watkins, Kansas City Chiefs. Next on the clock, Beckett's Bayhive.
Sammy Watkins. So that's a value pick right there. That's a value pick. That's how you do value picking right there. You got a guy who's a number 2, potentially number 1 if something happens to Tyreek Hill, and he's in a high-powered offense. That's what you're trying to do. From a strategy standpoint, it all makes sense. I know Sammy Watkins has had like some injuries a little bit. I know he's been dinged up, dealing with a hamstring and stuff, right? Even right now, but you know, he's looking to be okay to play week 1. But if he's out there, you love to have Sammy Watkins with Patrick Mahomes throwing him the football. So you get a number 2 this late. We named other receivers, Curtis Samuel, all these guys. Some of these guys are number 3s. Some of these guys aren't even number 3s. They're like number 4s and 5s. Sammy Watkins is a number 2. That's value.
All right, the pick is in. Beckett's Bayhive selected Larry Fitzgerald, wide receiver, Arizona Cardinals. Frank is on the clock.
Arizona Cardinals defense? Did I hear that right?
Larry Fitzgerald.
Oh, I was about to say, Larry Fitzgerald, the old man who keeps doing it. This dude is older than me, frying still. I like this. This is another value pick. What role will he have on the Arizona Cardinals offense? He's going to be the number 2 probably, if not still the number 1 quietly. You know, so I like Larry Fitzgerald. I mean, people count him out and he keeps coming back and he keeps playing, and his numbers weren't terrible last year. See if I can pull them up for you. We'll go to the next pick. Let's see.
Let's give 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds to Frank. And before the pick comes in, Harold, I need you to give a plug for your podcast. Please give everyone a plug for your podcast.
Oh yeah, listen. At the beginning, I had a whole script planned out and everything I was gonna say, You, you
How
can
about
follow.
this? Read the script now if you have it up.
No, you can follow me at OSS980, on IG. But the podcast is Other Side of Sports, and you can listen to it every Wednesday. We have a podcast, and everybody who has listened to it and the support, appreciate it. I mean, me and Jeremy, we work close together. We do each other's podcasts and stuff, so it's all love. I'm just glad. I'm happy to be here, honestly.
All right, the pick is in. Frank has selected kicker Robbie Gold. Next on the clock is Mamba Magic.
Good as gold. Good as gold. Robbie Gold, I think he's been getting passed around teams, though. So I mean, I get it. You need a kicker for your team, but Robbie, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't like kickers. Maybe I'm just biased against kickers. Maybe that's my problem. I need to see a therapist. My bias against kickers, though. Larry Fitzgerald, though, 75 receptions, 800 yards, 4 touchdowns for an old man as old as him at this part of the draft. That's excellent drafting. Excellent drafting. That was his numbers last year. I think he'll do pretty much the same this year. Because now he's not the number one. They have DeAndre Hopkins to take pressure off of him. And we know when Larry Fitzgerald was like the number 2, back when they had Kurt Warner and they had to, they went to the Super Bowl. He was the number 1 still then, but there was another receiver there.
All right, the pick is in. Mamba Magic has selected Mohamed Sanu. Why?
Yeah. You froze. You freezing on me, Jeremy. I hope you're not saying Mohamed Sanu. Jeremy, you frozen.
Everybody still there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We having some technical difficulties, but I'm sure he gonna be right back. Yeah, did he say Sanu? He didn't say Mohamed Sanu. Please tell me that he didn't say Mohamed Sanu. It sounded like he was about to say Muhammad, but I could be hearing things.
It is Mohamed Sanu.
Yeah, he definitely says Sanu.
Oh, is this a practical joke you trying to play? Mohamed Sanu, y'all want his projection? 0 catches, 0 touchdowns, 0 yards. After this draft is over and the waiver wire gets set up, listen to me. Go ahead and drop him and just pick up a kicker or somebody. Because he's a free agent right now. He's not even on the team. If you thought he played with Cam Newton and the Patriots, not anymore.
I'll give a big fat 30 more seconds.
I'm sorry to break that to nah. So we're definitely at that part of the draft where people are scrambling now.
And just for clarification, you can hear and see me, right? Correct, Harold?
Yeah.
All right. I did hear that I froze for a little bit.
Yeah, we got you back.
All right. The pick is in. Hunter Renfrow, wide receiver, Las Vegas Raiders. Next on the clock is Sir Drip Lord.
I like Hunter Renfrow. I think he'll be one of Derek Carr's safety blankets this year. So he may get some sneaky numbers. I know they've been trying to push him to break out. And I think that he'll have a solid year, along with Henry Ruggs. I think they have Edwards. They got a squad offensively. I think they'll be okay. And I like Hunter Renfrow. Yeah, I definitely think he's a sleeper. That's a good pick. That's a good pick, the Hunter Renfro.
30 more seconds on the clock. 30 more seconds.
All right, let me take a look at the.
15 seconds for Sir Drip Lord.
Mm.
5 seconds for Sir Drip Lord. All right, we will do an auto pick. It will be Allen Lazard, wide receiver, Green Bay Packers. Next on the clock is Maple Ave and Chrissy. They're both not in here. So we're going to go right now down the line. We're going to go Jonnu Smith for Maple Ave, and District Made will get Dallas Goddard. Next on the clock is Shark Week.
So out of those players, Alan Lazard, throw him away. Jonnu Smith has potential, but um, well, we're at the bottom of the draft now, so people you just fishing. Dallas Goddard, however, is a guru pick, stamp of approval. Dallas Goddard. People don't know that Dallas Goddard in that offense is getting a lot of looks. They run a lot of 2 tight end sets. He definitely gets targets. Had like six touchdowns last year. Dallas Goddard is a little sleeper. Do not sleep on Dallas Goddard. That is an excellent pick.
All right, the pick is in. Shark Week has selected Chris Herndon. Chris Herndon. Next on the clock is CJ.
I like Chris Herndon. I think he's another one of those tight ends that just really underappreciated and doesn't really get a lot of looks. Or he's just not on everybody's radar. He's definitely one of them guys not on people's radar. But for the Jets, he's a viable option. So I think for a dink and dunk quarterback like Sam Darnold is, Chris Herndon fits the mold and could see a lot of targets because of the lack of weapons there. So I like the pick. I like the upside of that pick.
Thirty seconds left for CJ.
Don't mind me. I'm just checking. I'm checking out all.
I sent you. Jerry, do you see what I said?
Yeah, just saw it now. Give me 1 second. All right, the pick is in. CJ has selected Ryan Tannehill, quarterback, Tennessee Titans. Bend the knee is on the clock.
I like Ryan Tannehill. Definitely had a good season last year. Coming into season 2, got paid, gave him the breadsticks. They hooked him, and it's interesting. That's a side note because we're not on the podcast, but it's just like they gave him the bread quick. They did the restructuring of the contract, no questions asked, like nothing, easy. So I like Ryan Tannehill. I think he's a good fantasy quarterback. He's not the best one to have, but he's definitely a solid quarterback to have on your fantasy roster. So I like the pick.
30 seconds left on the clock for Andrea. Bend the knee, 30 seconds.
So
15 seconds left.
I'm gonna have to say, just for sake of conversation, when I'm looking at all of these team rosters, Team Period's team is, from an overall standpoint, looks pretty solid. I like Team Period's team.
We'll have to see because he usually likes the trust the process method of trying to get the first pick. We do have a unique way of getting the first overall pick. We'll make that. I'll let you all know about that. We'll leave that as a teaser. Ben Denis has selected the Philadelphia Eagles defense. Next on the clock is, and I saw that comment, by the way, Team Period. Next on the clock is Nicholas, and he will be selecting Baker Mayfield, quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. Next on the clock now is Team Period.
Yeah, when I look at a team like how it was built, I'm looking for, you got good running backs, you got good wide receivers, um, you know, and you're not really like depending on too much of your team to have to like produce crazy. It's like it's evened out. Um, and I mean, barring any injuries, the three-headed monster of Barkley, Mixon, and David Johnson, if David Johnson kind of lives up to the expectation, we know he'll get the touches. That is a scary combination. And if Austin Eckler is in who we know is going to get a lot of work with that, the combination of those just it's going to be scary when you have to face that. And I'm not trying to discourage anyone, but I'm just saying from my vantage point, if Joe Burrow throws for a lot of yards, you don't need him to win, you just need him to throw.
All right, the pick is in. Team Period has selected Kenny Stills, wide receiver, Houston Texans. He is back on the clock again for another minute. One more minute.
Kenny Stills. Well, we'll see what happens with Kenny Stills in Houston, Texas. He's been battling injuries. He's had games where he showed up and been a guy, and then he's had games where he just didn't finish because he couldn't stay on the field. What Kenny Stills you will get this year, I do not know. I feel like I haven't seen him in a long time, so I don't know. But at this point of the draft, you're throwing darts at a dartboard.
All right, the pick is in. Team Period selects Greg Zuerlein, kicker, Dallas Cowboys. Nicholas is on the clock once again. It is a key auto draft. I'm not going to do what I could have done. I could have given him Adrian Peterson, but he is a free agent right now.
AP, dog. That's the price you pay for auto.
I'm gonna be nice. The next person is Naeem Himes, running back out of Indianapolis. CJ is on the clock now. I'm sorry, Ben Denis is on the clock.
Yeah, not much difference between Naeem Hines and AP. They both, to me, just the same kind of. I mean, Naeem Hines, like crowded backfield every year. They say, "Oh, Naeem Hines, he's gonna do." Bama's just regular guy, though. He's just regular guy. Yeah, AP is with the Lions. The Lions did pick up AP and sign him, so he's not a free agent. So You actually screwed him, Jeremy, because he's not a free agent.
Wasn't a free agent a
Oh,
few minutes ago or a few
yeah.
hours ago when I checked. By the way, I mean he's the third running back on that team.
No. He won't get no love. And real talk, if he wants AP, he can go to the waiver wire and get him. He will not. He will be there. I believe that with all my heart.
Bend the knee. You have 30 seconds, and actually, I just saw your pick. And she selects. Let me change my camera. Matt Ryan, quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons. CJ is on the clock.
Really like Matt Ryan. Really like Matt Ryan. One is because I won fantasy with Matt Ryan, so as goofy as he looks, as non-mobile as he is, he puts up big numbers.
Correction.
Oh yeah.
And I'll make a correction here. Let me switch the cameras. Matt Ryan is on the board already. Someone has him.
Will the owner of Matt Ryan please?
Sir Drip Lord has Matt Ryan. So I will give Andrea more time to make her pick. I'll give her another minute. Andrea, 1 minute.
Yeah. Sir Drip Lord, I'm glad you spoke up, dog. You got Matt Ryan. You got the winning piece to win fantasy. Yeah. I remember when I had Matt Ryan, I picked him and I was feeling like, dog, I got Matt Ryan, young. Like, come on, dog. I can't win with this guy. Lo and behold, was in the chip. And this is the year he went to the Super Bowl. I went to the chip with Matt Ryan. So that late round drafting a quarterback, you can win that way. It's not the preferred method, but it's definitely a method you can win with.
All right, the pick is in. Bend the Knee has selected Matt is Neat's boy, Kirk Cousins, quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings. CJ is on the clock.
You sure Kirk Cousins is not off the board too? I guess not. Kirk Cousins, yeah. This dude, I don't know if y'all have ever listened to podcasts. I slander Kirk Cousins. He's a former Washington football team player, and I slander him. Fantasy wise, he's okay. He's middle of the road. He's what he is. He's 15. He's the fifth, like he's in that 15 to 10 range. Not bad, but not great. He has some games where he'll play well, but then he's gonna have some games where you need him to fry, and he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna produce. Don't trust Kirk Cousins when you need a W. Trust me on that one. I have friends who are Minnesota Vikings fans, and I'll be like, look, Kirk Cousins is gonna let you down. He does the same thing for real life that he does in fantasy. At some point, he's gonna let you down.
All right, the pick is in. CJ has selected the Chargers defense. Shark Week is now on the clock.
Like the Chargers defense, I think they have a solid D, and will be a top 15 defense. They did have the injury to the safety, I believe, but they're still a solid defense. Still a solid defense. Other teams that I like on a sleeper tip, I like Mamba Magic's team. I do like Mamba Magic's team. I think there's some potential there. Definitely, there definitely is some potential there. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to gas him. I'm not trying to gas him. I'm just saying, I like the way the team is structured.
30 seconds for Shark Week. 30 seconds.
The Thielen, McLaurin, that combination is solid. The Chris Carson and James Conner, if healthy, that combination is solid. Mike Gesicki, that's a toss up, but upside is there. Tyler Higbee, toss up, upside is there. Dak Prescott and Patriots D solidifies that team to me.
All right, the pick is in, and Shark Week has decided to select Drew Lock, quarterback, Denver Broncos. We do have 2 back-to-back auto picks. They will get Adrian Peterson, and that will be District Made. And then Maple Ave will get Tony Pollard. Next to select is Sir Drip Lord.
So out of those 3, Drew Lock, listen, I know what they're gonna tell you. Oh yeah, he's gonna be 5-11. Get him out of here. AP, who knows what his role will be in Detroit? He might not even be there long. So I just think they brought him on just because they have running backs that are injured. Now, out of these 3, again, the last pick, Tony Pollard, is another when we talked about handcuffs earlier in the draft that I would want to have. Madison, Tony Pollard are the 2 handcuffs that I want to have, because if something happens to Ezekiel Elliott, Tony Pollard value goes through the roof with that offense. So Tony Pollard to me is similar to Clyde Edwards-Helaire in his offense as far as usage and upside. So definitely a handcuff that I would want to have is Tony Pollard. So I love that pick right now in this part of the draft. Yeah.
All right, the pick is in. So Drip Lord has selected Jake Elliott, kicker of the Philadelphia Eagles. Big Thad is on the clock.
You said who from the Philadelphia Eagles?
Jake Elliott.
Jake Elliott, the kicker. Disgusting. The unmitigated goal. As I'm looking at the teams too, I'm gonna just say this too. Another team that I think is pretty solid and could make some noise if things go their way. Maple Ave. I like the Maple Ave squad.
Next pick, Big Thad selects James Washington, wide receiver, Pittsburgh Steelers. Next on the clock is Mamba Magic.
Yeah, the Maple Ave squad is solid. You know, Zeke, Miles Sanders, if he pans out and really stuff. Kenny Galladay is a cook. Robert Woods is a cooker. Those 4 are all solid producers every week. 15 points, 10 to 15 points, solid every week. That's when I'm building a team, that's what I'm trying to build. I'm trying to build stuff that I can rely on. I can go to sleep and know that when I wake up the next day, they're going to produce double digits. And those 4 people all produce double digits. Marvin Jones, that's a toss-up. Anthony Miller, toss-up. Zach Moss, we'll see.
All right, the pick is in. Mamba Magic has selected Teddy Bridgewater, quarterback, Carolina Panthers. The champion is on the clock.
I like Teddy. I think Teddy will actually have a solid season. He won't have the big numbers people will want from him, but I think he'll be solid. He won games for New Orleans last year, 6 in a row, 7, something like that. While Drew Brees was out, but the numbers that he gave weren't crazy. I think that you'll get more of that Teddy Bridgewater in Carolina. So 200 to 250 yards, 2 touchdowns, probably no interceptions, nothing crazy, but just enough.
All right, the pick is in. The champion has selected Carlos Hyde, running back. Frank is on the clock.
Tell me this is my screen froze or something. Carlos Hyde. I know he plays with Seattle. I know they're a running base team. Maybe we're just at that point of the draft where it just like we just taking stabs at it. Something happens to Chris Carson. Could Carlos Hyde step in and be the guy? Potentially. He did have carries with Houston. So okay, I get that part. Yeah, maybe I'm just thinking he's washed though. Maybe he's not washed. Maybe he got something left in the tank. Yeah, so oh, sorry. My bad, y'all. I was posting posting the names to the players and they were all going to Colin. My bad. John Ross is already gone.
John Ross is off the board already.
Yeah, John Ross is gone. I sent him all.
I'll give you 30 seconds left to make your pick, Frank.
I said I've been sending all the picks to Colin. My bad, Colin. I'm blowing up your thing. All right, I gotta set to everyone now. So yeah, but those are the teams. Do y'all want to know the teams I think are the worst teams, or y'all don't really care? I'm not trying to slander.
We want all the analysis. all the analysis.
Y'all want the slander, young? Y'all really want that?
We want all the analysis. And before you continue, there may be an error here. Does anyone have Carlos Hyde? Because I don't see his name at all. If not, I will write it in. But let's see. I don't remember even giving anyone Carlos Hyde.
Oh, they ain't got the sticker for Carlos Hyde. You don't want him. I'm telling you. The fantasy package ain't even thinking about Carlos Hyde, though. So y'all want all that now? Y'all want the slander? Listen,
all of it.
Alabama's don't hate me. I know it's a couple y'all. I'm sure y'all like, man, this man don't know what he's talking about. He's stupid. Get him out of here. I'm telling you, I do know. I don't know everything, and I'm not always right, but I'm just giving my opinion of the teams that I think are like good versus what I don't think good. So I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna keep it all the way above. I don't think there's really no terrible teams here. There's not any terrible teams here. But the team that I would like not want to have.
Before you continue, Harold, I'm going to make this announcement. This has been happening a lot. Can you please keep track of who's been drafted already? I don't have time to be going through and saying, no, this person's already been selected. So, Frank, I'm going to give you 1 minute to select someone. I'll give you an additional minute. Select someone who is still on the board. Carlos Hyde, I found his sticker. He is on the board now. But yes, Harold, continue.
Okay. All right. So let's see here. The team that I do not like, and I would just, if I inherited this team, I would be upset. That team is no, that's okay. So this is all right. So listen, again, no disrespect. This is just my opinion. But Frankie's team, I would not want to have. And the reason I would not want to have it for several reasons. Go ahead, Jeremy. If you got the next pick, go ahead.
The pick is in Dion Lewis, running back.
Deion Lewis, good, solid pick. I mean, at this point in the draft, back up to Derrick Henry. So um, really hasn't panned out the way you would want to, but okay. Um, so I'm gonna go through Frankie's team. I'm gonna tell you why. So you got Tyreek.
Beckett's Bay Hive is on the clock.
Okay. So you got Tyreek Hill. Okay. Good receiver, great. You got T.Y. Hilton, good receiver, great. But Tyreek Hill's had injuries as of late. T.Y. Hilton's been injured as of late. Then your running back is Fournette, and we don't know what his role will be. We hope it's something good, but right now you have three unknowns, and then you have a fourth unknown in CeeDee Lamb. We don't know what his production will be. This Batman could go out there and catch 70-something balls, or he could catch 45 for 450 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's not enough to win. Then you got Jimmy Garoppolo. Aaron Rodgers, I think that's a good quarterback. But Jimmy Garoppolo, if you have to play him, you can't play him every week. Gerald Everett, 50-50 toss-up. Chris Thompson, I might can outplay Chris Thompson right now. And he's only a one-down back. He only catches out the backfield. He's not like a 3-down back. So you're lackluster there. Cole Beasley.
All right, the pick is in. Beckett's Bay Hive has selected Alshon Jeffrey. 1 minute on the clock for Slumlord Commish.
Yeah, Cole Beasley, that's a third, fourth option. Ravens D, I like. That is a great defense to have. But the defense is not going to matter if your team doesn't, the rest of your team doesn't produce. You're basically wishing on a star for a lot of different players, and that's a recipe for disaster. And then you have Greg Olsen, who's another like secondary toss-up. You don't know what he's in a 2 wide tight end system.
All right, the pick is in. Slumlord Commission selected Jack Doyle, tight end, Indianapolis. Slumlord Commish back on for the next pick.
And I do like Marquise Brown, though. I do like Marquise Brown. And that is my, I'm sorry I was so harsh, but just the truth. Sometimes the truth hurts. But we'll see. I'm going to actually write down this analysis so I can come back at the end of the year and see just how wrong or terribly wrong I was, or just how right I was. So if you're in the championship, definitely you can brag as much as you want. You earned it with that roster for sure. All right. We're coming down the home stretch of the draft here.
All right, the pick is in. Slumlord Commish selects tight end Jordan Reed. Beckett's Bay Hive on the clock.
Jordan Reed, sleeper. This is a late. I think everybody's always been high on Jordan Reed. The ability's been there. The talent's been there. Now he's back with Kyle Shanahan, who knows his abilities. They have George Kittle. Will they somehow incorporate Jordan Reed into the mix? I think that they will try. Just as long as Jordan Reed does not get his head cracked and have a concussion, he'll be okay. But if he has a concussion, he might die. So I don't know what you do with that kind of situation and how much you play him, but I think that that's a good upside pick if you have Jordan Reed, because he could potentially cook. If something happens to George Kittle, then he becomes the guy you want. So you talk about running back handcuffs, that's the tight end handcuff that you.
All right, the pick is in. Beckett's Bay Hive selects Derek Carr, quarterback, Las Vegas Raiders. Frank is on the clock.
Yeah, so you said who from the Raiders?
Derek Carr.
Derek Carr. I like Derek Carr. I like Derek Carr. I like Derek Carr better than, let's see here. I like Derek Carr better than Gardner Minshew. I like him better than Jimmy Garoppolo. I like him better than Let's see. Daniel Jones, Josh Allen. Nah, well, I put Josh Allen and Derek Carr kind of in the same vein. What I do know is that, Gruden knows offense, and Derek Carr's numbers were not that bad last year. I mean, he didn't play to the what you want him to play to, but Carr is solid. He got more weapons. So I like Derek Carr, especially if he's your second quarterback. That you pivot to throughout the season.
We'll give 30 more seconds to Frank, and actually the pick has just come in. Philip Dorsett, wide receiver. The champion is on the clock.
Yeah, so I don't know if somebody might have picked Philip Dorsett. I feel like I spoke on him earlier, but nonetheless, third receiver in the mix. So I don't know. Like, there's nothing to write home about. Let's look at the commissioner's team. Let's talk about his team. Alvin Kamara, contract negotiation dispute. He's hoping that gets ironed out. They give him the bread and then he's happy. Mike Evans, who I love. AJ Brown, who I think is a great wide receiver, but I don't love him. Allen is one I love. I think that's a three-headed monster for wide receivers. That's good.
The pick is in. Archie has selected Kaimi Fairburn, kicker. Mamba Magic on the clock.
We talking about kickers. Listen, kickers is a kicker. 3 points, 30 yards, extra point, whatever. Log it in. Back to his team. Now, this is where it kind of gets hairy. His running backs, I can feel like he's just trying to grasp at straws. Like maybe one of these guys will hit, and then it'll be like my second powerhouse back. So he has Cam Akers, Raheem Mostert, and Philip Lindsay, who I think all have potential to produce, but we just don't know. So he's hoping one of those guys come through, and hope is not a recipe for winning fantasy.
All right, the pick is in. Mamba Magic has selected OJ Howard, Tampa Bay Buccaneers tight end. Big Thad is on the clock.
So I like OJ Howard. People saying Gronkowski is going to take the shine from OJ Howard. I thought coming out of college was the man, and thought he would be the man sooner than later. It's just taking a little time, but it seems like he's gotten comfortable. Remind you, OJ Howard was a senior when he left college, so that time that it takes to learn the system and think, I think this year he'll have a productive season. I think he'll have a much more productive season than people anticipate. Like maybe like 50 something. And I know they have Cameron Brate and they have a crowded tight end room, but I think he'll have like 50 or so, receptions for like 600 some yards and like 5 touchdowns, which is solid at this point of the draft. And then Jeremy, back to his team. Oh, go ahead. You got the pick.
Pick is in. Big Fat has selected Los Angeles Rams defense. Sir Drip Lord is on the clock.
I like the Rams D. Now we're like in that second to third tier of defenses, which is solid. They got Jalen Ramsey. They got Aaron Donald, best defensive player in football on their team. So that makes them, scary in some regards. They have a tough schedule, and I think they're a solid defense. They're not great and they're not terrible. And then Jeremy has back to his team. He has Matthew Stafford, Ben Roethlisberger, both solid quarterbacks. I think he'll end up. He can play them interchangeably. They're solid, not great, but they're solid. You can play them without worry. He has Eric Ebron, who could be a potential really good sleeper. And he's with Ben Roethlisberger, so that combination, quarterback to tight end combination, can help. And Coach D and then Sammy Watkins, which I think is an excellent pick. And then
All right, the pick is in. Sir Drip Lord has selected the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense. And we're going to have some back-to-back auto picks. We're going to have running back Keyshawn Vaughn to Maple Ave and Chase Edmonds to District Made. So next on the clock is Shark Week.
Keyshawn Vaughn, another one of those. Like hope this guy gets an opportunity. So we will see. But you know, we will. Those one of those things. We'll just have to wait and see what happens with it. Chase Edmonds, I think he's a good handcuff to have for Kenyon Drake. Something happens to Drake, then Chase Edmonds is going to step right in and be the guy. So if we at handcuff season right now, yeah, Chase Edmonds, cuffing season. That's what I'm saying. We there now. This the rounds we see the cuffing season happen.
All right, the pick is in. Shark Week has selected Dallas Cowboys defense special team. CJ's on the clock.
Dallas Cowboys defense. How can I slander them? I think people was like, I don't know. Y'all losing what's his name to injury is gonna hurt the defense. I think it'll be a bend don't break. McCarthy's never been like really defensive minded. He's always been offensive minded. I think more focus will be on scoring points than stopping other teams from scoring. So I think it'll be okay at times. And then I think it'll be like it'll be an easy bake oven at other times. It just depends. It's gonna be the offense is gonna be clicking and frying every week without question. But the defense, I think, will have some struggles at times. So, but is it a bad defense to have? No, it's not a bad defense to have.
Give 30 more seconds to CJ. We'll give 30 more seconds.
Okay. Let's see here. Thad's team, like, so I'm looking at some of the different teams, and I just like kind of get some breakdowns. We kind of get to the end because now the players you're picking, it really don't need no analysis. I mean, unless somebody like picks someone that I just totally forgot about, or everybody just overlooked, and then it's like, oh.
15 seconds for CJ.
But we'll go through each of these teams as we get down towards the end of these rounds. So Beckett's Bayhive, DeAndre Hopkins, Deshaun Watson, George Kittle, Melvin Gordon, Michael Gallup. I like that start.
All right, the pick is in. CJ has selected Tyler Eifert, tight end. Bend the Knee is on the clock.
Tyler Eifert's a good pick. Word out of camp, he been doing work. He's been doing work. So I'm definitely, I think that's a good late round pick for in the draft. Just because Jacksonville, I mean, they do have targets, they do have people that they throw to, but Tyler Eifert probably will get some looks. If he can stay healthy, of course, like everybody else, but yeah. So Beckett's Bayhive, Hopkins, Watson, Kittle, Melvin Gordon, Michael Gallup. I like that start. Ronald Jones, hate that pick. Manuel Sanders.
All right, the pick is in. Bend the Knee has selected Harrison Butker, kicker, Kansas City Chiefs. Nicholas is on the clock. I believe he's not in here. So we will be doing another auto draft. Yes, he left. Auto draft for him. It will be Michael Pittman Jr., wide receiver, Indianapolis Colts. Next, Matthew. Matt is neat.
So, and then you got Justin Tucker, 49ers D. Um, Defense I like. Kicker a little early. Curtis Samuel, I don't really like that much. Latavius Murray, I do like though as a handcuff. I like Latavius Murray. So the team is solid. I don't think it's the best team, but like it's solid. It's solid. Like I said, if I didn't want to out of the teams, I wouldn't want to have Frankie's team. The champ 19, Josh Jacobs, DJ Moore, Cooper Cup, Tyler Lockett, Aaron Jones, Jared Cook, Tevin Coleman, Mikael Hardman, Gardner Minshew, Lamar. They're going to be in a lot of games on the strength of Lamar Jackson, Aaron Jones, Josh Jacobs. They're going to be in a lot of games. They're missing a piece though.
30 more seconds for Mazneet.
They're missing one more. I think even the Deshaun the Jackson to Mark Andrews is a smooth combination. That's a smooth move right there. That's a smooth combination. But it's still missing one more potent piece that I feel like will allow you to go back to the championship. Now it could be Cooper Cup that becomes that piece, or DJ Moore that becomes that piece. But those are kind of
15 seconds.
slight unknowns to me. Mamba Magic, I like that team. I think it's solid all across the board. Team Big Dad, I think there's a little overvalue of some of these younger guys, these rookies.
5, 4, 3, 2. All right. Next pick, Damian Harris.
Damian Harris off the board. So
Damian Harris, running back. Mazneet is on the clock again.
So yeah, DeAndre Swift, like I said, is 50-50. We don't know who we'll get. Will Fuller, I like, but he has to stay healthy. Julian Edelman, I like. Um, Antonio Gibson, a little early for him, but I get it. I mean, everybody's high on him and praising him, but I just whether you temper your expectations. Austin Hooper, Slayton, Robbie Anderson. I love that pick. DK Metcalf. I love that as a keeper. Sony Michelle could potentially be a good pick for you too. I just don't like running backs on the Patriots, but the player itself is not a bad player to have. So not a bad team. Sir Drip Lord, Thomas Henry Chubb, that's fire. Ingram, fire. And then you got some 50-50 that you hoping. Jerry Judy, we don't even know. We don't know what that offense is going to look like or the quarterback. I like Matt Ryan. I like Jared Goff. Those are two really solid above average quarterbacks. Justin Jefferson, 50-50. Rhaegar, 50-50. Saints D, I think is solid.
All right, the pick is in. Mazneet is on auto pick. So now it is Justin Jackson, Los Angeles Chargers, running back. And now we have another auto pick with Nicholas. It'll be Ian Thomas, tight end. So next on the clock is Bend the Knee.
So Denise said Maple Ave. Talk about Maple Ave's team. I like Maple Ave's team, solid. District made Christian McCaffrey, Chris Godwin, Allen Robinson, Russell Wilson. Okay, that's fire. Darren Waller, fire. I like it. David Montgomery, he hasn't really done it yet, but I get the optimism. Josh Allen, okay, that's a good second quarterback. You're gonna play Russell Wilson. You're not gonna need Josh Allen and Daniel Jones. Real talk. Russell Wilson is a top 5 fantasy quarterback, and he's matchup proof. Matchup proof. And so those other picks, you could have picked other players, in my opinion, to help your team or potentially help your team, over wasting them on Josh Allen and Daniel Jones, unless you're just trying to take quarterbacks away from other people to select. So, but the team is solid, but it could be
30
more
seconds,
solid.
Andrew. 30 seconds.
It could have been more solid if you took at least one of those two quarterbacks, the Daniel Jones or the Josh Allen, and pick another player or wide receiver, because I think that's where you probably need more wide receivers, because your running backs you got solid running backs. Your receivers are good too, but I'm just saying, like, for depth on your team. Chark week, Edwards Hilaire, Devontae Adams, Beckham Jr., Kareem Hunt, Cam Newton, Brandon Cooks, Kenyon Drake, Boston Scott, Hayden Hurst. I get the methodology in the selections, and I think it's fair. But you need Edwards Hilaire to be that every day, every down back. If he's not, you're gonna be screwed. You're gonna be screwed. Well, not screwed, but you're gonna be disappointed because you wasted a first round pick on a guy who is
I'll
a
give
rookie.
15 seconds for Andrew before the pick is made, the auto pick.
But I like Odell and Devontae. Those two gonna hold you down for sure. Target Adams is a target monster. Beckham has had a down year, but I think he'll bounce back this year. And he didn't have terrible numbers, so it's not like it's bounced back. He's gonna be back Odell Beckham of old. And I won with Odell Beckham on my fantasy roster, so he's a problem when he's clicking on all cylinders. Cam Newton, Kenyon Drake. I'm really high on Kenyon Drake this year. I think he's gonna fry. That's just what I think. What he does is a whole different scenario, but I think he's gonna fry. He's primed to fry.
All right, the pick is in. Auto pick. It will be Randall Cobb, wide receiver, Houston Texans. CJ is on the clock.
So, and then Brandon Scott, I like, and Brandon Ayuk, I like. So Chark week, team is solid. I get the methodology in it. You just need Edwards Hilaire to fry, and Kenyon Drake to live up to expectations, and your team will be scary. I like Cam Newton as your dark horse quarterback, but you should have picked up another quarterback if you haven't, to like kind of solidify the team. I'm not looking at the couple rounds ago, so you might have
Pick
picked him.
is in. CJ has selected Chris Boswell, kicker, Pittsburgh. Marcus or Chark Week is on the clock.
Okay, so then you have CJ's team: Julio, Mahomes, Le'Veon, AJ, Howard, Henry, Crowder, Deshaun Jackson, Paris Campbell, Steelers, John Ross, Gronkowski. I like Julio. I like Patrick Mahomes. You'll be in every game because of Patrick Mahomes. You'll be in every game. Um, Le'Veon, I like. He's going to get a lot of targets. AJ Green, got to stay healthy. There's potential there. There's potential there. But you, it's still some stuff missing.
All right, the pick is in. Chark Week has selected Bryce Love, running back, Washington football team. We then do have back-to-back auto picks. Those will end up being Dede Westbrook, wide receiver, and Phillip Rivers, quarterback. Next on the clock is Sir Drip Lord.
I like both of those picks, Dede Westbrook and Phillip Rivers. I think Phillip Rivers is going to put up solid numbers, honestly. I know he's old. I know people think he's washed. I know his last season in LA was lackluster, but it wasn't that bad. So I like him this season. The new year with that offensive line they have. That offensive line is probably tops in the league. That's what people aren't talking about. So CJ's team: Ben the Knee, Dalvin Cook, Travis Kelsey, Mark Ingram, Cortland Sutton, Sterling Shepard, J.K. Dobbins, Debo, Ruggs, Kyler Murray, and Kill Harry. I love Kyler Murray. I like Kyler Murray a lot. Think he's a solid quarterback to have, running and passing. I like Dalvin Cook, Travis Kelsey, Mark Ingram. Uh, I like the handcuff. I think you were saying that earlier that you got Dobbins because you have the other running back. So if something happens, you can just interchange.
30 seconds on the clock for Sir Drip Lord.
So I get it. I get the methodology behind it. Um, I'm not really sold on wide receivers with quarterbacks that are unknown. Drew Lock, we hope he's good, and Cortland Sutton can numbers can be great, but I'm just not sold that that's the case. And I could be totally wrong. It's just my opinion. Um, I don't know about Henry Ruggs. Uh, and
The pick is in. Just trying to get clarification on the player because there's multiple players. All right. A.J. Dillon, running back. Roman selected, or Sir Drip Lord selected A.J. Dillon, running back. Big Thad is on the clock.
I like AJ Dillon at this point of the draft, late in the draft. You're trying to get guys with upside. He plays with the Packers offense. Um, I mean, but you got two other run, Jason Williams and can't even think of his name, but the Aaron Jones, the main guy. So one of those two got to move out the way to give an opportunity. But I mean, at this point, he has the potential, and you want to try to get it if you can. But Benini's team, I think, is just solid overall. Nicholas.
All right, the pick is in, and Big Thad has selected Irv Smith Jr., tight end, Minnesota. Mama Magic is on the clock.
The word on the street is Irv Smith has been looking real nice in camp. He's been looking real nice in camp, making spectacular catches and all that stuff. So maybe his role gets increased with Minnesota. And you know, Kirk Cousins is a dink and dunk all-star, and so tight ends factor into that. So it's potential that he could have good numbers. So I think that's a nice late round steal. Nicholas, Zach Ertz, Ty Gurley, Stephon Diggs, Tariq Cohen, Jonathan Taylor, James White, Deontay Johnson, Preston Williams, Hawkinson, Daryl Henderson. Like, you're starved for running back help. If Gurley doesn't play, which there probably be games he might not play.
All right, the pick is in. Mama Magic has selected Matt Prater, kicker. Detroit Lions. I don't remember what team he was on. Detroit Lions. Next on the clock is the champ.
You got, yeah. It just, if something happens to Gurley or he can't play and a degenerative knee issues show up, you're screwed. Ertz, Tariq Cohen, not enough. It's not enough. Stephon Diggs, I know he's going to have a role in Buffalo, but his quarterback has been inaccurate, and that doesn't make me feel comfortable. Will he get the opportunities? Probably so, but not consistently like you would like, or need him to. James White, who knows what his role will be? Jonathan Taylor, we said earlier, who knows what his role will be? And then everybody else is just like coins in a can, trying to get something out of it. And then team period, I just said, like, if there was a team that I wanted to inherit and take, that's the team.
All right, the pick is in. The champ has selected Corey Davis, wide receiver. Frank is on the clock.
That's a good late round snatch, Corey Davis, because he is the number 2. Should have been the number 1, but he is the number 2. And if he's definitely going to get looks. I mean, they're a run first team, but at this part of the draft, people were picking third and fourth wide receivers. So why not go with a number two? Um, that's a good pick. That's a good late round pick. Yeah. So team period. Saquon Barkley gonna fry, gonna get the touches. Mixon gonna fry. Just got new money. He gonna fry. Juju Smith-Schuster should return to frying with Ben Roethlisberger at the quarterback. Tyler Boyd should do well playing in the slot in a pass-happy offense. David Johnson should do well. When I'm saying should, I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but I'm just saying that all things point to them doing well because of the role that they have on the team.
30 seconds on the clock for Frank. 30 seconds.
Carson Wentz is paper mache, but if he's able to play, he can play. He plays well. So,
all right, the pick is in. Willie Snead, wide receiver. Next on the clock is Beckett's Bayhive.
And so then you have Christian Kirk, which I think is like, man, if I had to say one of the bad picks, that's probably a bad pick. Just because of his role, and we don't know what it would be. Even though he's had flashes, I just think bringing DeAndre Hopkins is kind of phasing him out a little bit, or maybe they're trying to work him up and phase Larry Fitzgerald out. We'll see. But Austin Eckler is a cooker. If that's your flex, your money. And then Joe Burrow's in a high-power offense. You know, he's a rookie quarterback, so you really don't know what you'll get out of him. But it's a passing offense. Bears D is solid, and then Blake Jarwin. I think there's potential there. There's potential there. Will you get it? I don't know. You might not even need it. If Barkley, Mixon, and Schuster or David Johnson go off every week, you may not need that much production out of Blake Jarwin. But I think there were. Let's see, Jarwin, Hawkinson.
All right, Beckett's Bayhive, you have to do better. Beckett's Bayhive selects LaShawn McCoy, running back. I believe he is with. Can't remember. I can't remember. You would know, Harold, probably.
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay. I wasn't sure if it was Tampa or if he went back to Kansas City. Thank you so much, Big Thad. Next on the clock is Slumlord Kamish.
Starting to rattle through these picks here. Not sure how many more picks we have left, but solid draft. You know, I hope everybody's excited. First game's coming up this Thursday. Houston Texans.
The pick is in. Slumlord Kamish selects Jamal Williams, running back, Green Bay. Slumlord Kamish is back on the clock.
Yeah, you have games coming up this week. You have Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Houston Texans. Will they have fans? Who knows? I don't know what they're going to do. They've been keeping it quiet. As some teams, I guess, are having fans. I don't know. There hasn't been any universal communications to what's happening. I guess they just going to try to slip this one in under the radar, you know. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it play out. But
the pick is in. Slumlord Kamish selects Kansas City defense / special team. Beckett's Bayhive is on the clock.
I think at this point in the draft, people just need to, you probably add players to queue. If that's a possibility. But nonetheless, yeah, got the games coming up. We definitely have like some
there is a correction. There's a correction. Slumlord Kamish had already had Devontae Parker in that spot. So I will put back the Kansas City defense. They are still available. The next pick is still Beckett's Bayhive.
So if you wanted the Kansas City Chiefs, they are back. They are back. Yeah, so I'm excited for the season. I'm ready. I have my fantasy auction fantasy draft tomorrow. Um, also, there's a lot going on, but yeah, my keepers in my keeper league is it's a 2 quarterback play league. So I'm keeping Tom Brady, Lamar Jackson, and then my third keeper is Michael Thomas. So that's how I'm starting my squad off, and then I'm gonna look to build from there. Um, and we'll see what the keeper crop looks like. Once it's finishing, who I'll target and go after. But yeah.
All right, the pick is in, and I must give her credit for this. Beckett's Bay Hive, you've been doing a lot of things flawed today, but I must give you credit. This pick is in. She selects Tua Tagovailoa, quarterback, Miami Dolphins. Back on the clock is Frank.
Good pick. I like the pick. It's a low risk, high reward pick. At this point in the draft, you just, if he's playing by week 4 or week 5, they pivot to him, which I don't think will happen, by the way. I'm just saying, because the coordinator for Miami Dolphins is real good with Ryan Fitzpatrick, like they're buddies. So I don't think that'll happen. But if it does, you potentially have, a Kyler Murray like last year's situation, potentially. But yeah, good late round pick.
Thirty seconds left on the clock for Frank.
Yeah. Jeremy, what round we in? How many picks left?
We are in round 16. We're got to go to round 18.
Okay.
16 is mostly keepers, so we're going to zoom through this round really quickly.
Yeah. So I mean, just philosophies, like when you're talking fantasy, all my tips. Now that we're at the end of the draft, I can kind of divulge some of my
All right. Before we continue, Frank has already selected. He selected Marquise Brown of the Ravens. We're now going to Archie. The champ is on the clock.
So fantasy, you want to get guys that you can rely on to produce. If you can't rely on them, then I kind of steer away from them. Like, and of course you're using the litmus of the previous year to gauge their production. If try to stay away from rookies for the most part, unless there's some real reason to go with them.
All right, the pick is in. Archie selects the Seattle Seahawks defense / special teams. Mama Magic's on the clock.
Yeah. So like in the case of Clyde Edwards-Helaire, that's a situation or scenario where I would take the leap of faith on account of a running back, because there's opportunity and there's talent there together. And I'm also hearing that information conveyed from the organization that they're going in that direction of giving this person the bell cow or the carries and stuff like that. So all of that matters. The more information you have, the better you can make the decisions on who you select. And that's what I use. I go to the training camp like reports and pull that up and actually gather that information to like help put the hierarchy of players and how well I think they're going to perform. Almost like you buying a stock. If you buying a stock, you just don't buy a stock blind because somebody say, "Oh, this stock is good." You actually research the stock to see if it's going to actually pan out for you, or if it's a good investment. So I kind of have that same methodology.
30 seconds on the clock. I give it 30 seconds. Mama Magic.
Also, so for strategy, some people go into fantasy and they're like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go running back, and then wide receiver, wide receiver." Like I never really set my strategy from the jump. My strategy is dictated by the circumstances that I'm in. So if I'm going into a draft and depending on my pick, well then I will kind of fix my strategy to that. One thing that I think people devalue is quarterback play. Like quarterbacks are very valuable, and
15 seconds.
to have to play carousel with your quarterback is very frustrating. So for me personally, I like to have plug and play quarterbacks that are what do you say, matchup proof.
All right, the pick is in. Auto pick selects Laviska Chenault Jr., Jacksonville wide receiver. Next on the clock is Big Thad. Actually, yes, Big Thad.
Yeah, so I like Laviska. I like them coming out of college. It reminds me of Alvin Kamara. Will he get the look? No, we don't know. But I think that's a good late round snatch, though. I do agree with that. But yeah, so that's pretty much if I play in fantasy with anyone of y'all know my whole playbook. What I'm thinking, how I'm like, I like to I like to go with known commodities over unknown commodities. Like, and maybe that's just a comfort level thing. Sometimes it's burned me in the past. Where you might draft a guy 1 year too late, like you shouldn't draft him anymore because he's too old, but he produced for a long time before that, and then you like think he's gonna produce again, and he doesn't. Phillip Rivers could be one of those type of guys this year that falls in that category, but not that I drafted him, but I'm just saying that type of guy who, for the longevity of career, has been solid.
All right, the pick is in. Big Thad selects Mason Crosby, kicker, Packers. Big Sir Drip Lord is on the clock.
Yeah, so outside of that, like you always want to try to add value to your team to the very end, and I'll really reserve like kicker and defenses to like my last pick because I don't want to miss an opportunity to get a player who can actually contribute to my team. That I'm always looking with the eye is like who could potentially contribute to my team in some way. That's who I want to like add to my team to the very end because there's going to be injuries. I guarantee you, somebody's going to have an injury to one of their top players and they're going to be blown. And your kicker can't save you if that happens. So I'm always thinking like, what's the worst case scenario? And if that happens, who could I lean on to like help carry my team? Now, some of them you won't know until the season starts. You won't know. You'll be like, oh, this guy, I should have got Brandon Scott. This dude is a cooker. Like
30 seconds on the clock.
He was this and now he's that. But there's some guys who the potential is actually sitting right there in front of your face. You just have to like look for it. When we get to the end here, I'm probably going to name a player and y'all going to be like, what? And it's a player that I will pick. And the reason I will pick
10
him
seconds
is because there's a lot of upside for him. And based on the situation, he could be producing sooner than some other guys. So
auto pick right now. Sir Drip Lord will begin Steven Sims, wide receiver. Now on the clock, another auto pick. We're gonna get to. Give me 1 second. So Sir Drip Lord, and I'm going to give him mercy because while I was doing something, he got the pick in. Jason Myers. So Jason Myers will be his selection. Then we're going to go to Maple Ave, and Maple Ave is going to get Steven Sims. And then District Mate is going to get Darrington Evans. And then we're going to next person. Actually, she already has. Next person will be team period. 1 minute on the clock.
So that's the whole strategy. You want to get commodities that you can trust, that you know is going to give you the output and the production. It's great if you get studs, but I'm one of those type of person. I want to build my team like top to bottom overall. I don't want to be top heavy. So, like what I mean by that is like have strong wide receivers and then like subpar running backs, or strong running backs and then subpar wide receivers. I want my team to be balanced. I'd rather have good, solid running backs, not the best, and then like wide receivers that are all like mid to upper tier. I mean, in fantasy, you're gonna get some upper tier guys, but the objective is when you look at the top play, you need this is the fantasy football formula to win. You need at least three guys that finish in the top 10 in
15 seconds for Matt.
in categories of running backs, wide receivers. You need at least like three total. Three is the minimum. So when you look at the top 10 of the running backs, you need to have like either two of those running backs from your team, or and like one in the wide receivers, and then you have a top 10 quarterback. And it's likely that your team will be in a conversation for winning. That's just it. I won fantasy last year with Lamar Jackson.
All right, the pick is in. Auto pick. Matt is neat selects Darrington Evans, running back, Tennessee Titans. I'll give him another minute for his back-to-back pick. Matt's neat is on the clock.
But one with Lamar Jackson, but then the rest of my team was solid. I had Michael Thomas. I had Devontae Adams. So those are two wide receivers that are in that category in the top 10. So Lamar Jackson was number one quarterback, and I had two wide receivers, and then my running backs were solid. I had Joe Mixon, who came on late. He was a slum ball at the beginning, but then he picked it up, came on late, and I think he finished in the top 15 for running backs. And then I had let me see, what was that running back that I had? Other running back that I had Joe Mixon, and he actually finished 11th. And I had Chris Carson. That was enough. That was enough. That's all I needed to get me to the chip. And then I had Darren Waller as my tight end. Will hook me some more.
All right, Matt is on auto pick again. His selection will be Denzel Mims. Then we have another auto select or auto pick for Nicholas. Joshua Kelly is the. I'm sorry. Yeah, Joshua Kelly is the next one for him. So now we have Bend the Knee.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. oh. Yeah.
All right, the pick is in. Ben Denise selects Logan Thomas, tight end. Next on the clock, CJ.
So other little tips, tricks to the trade. When you're making a decision on who to play,
Send to Jerry.
them playing, like let's say you have a guy who plays on Thursday night and you're trying to decide if you should play him or not. The question you have to ask yourself is, if I didn't play him and he fried, would I be upset? So if I didn't play him and he fries, would I be upset? I mean, I guess you would, but like somebody who's gonna fry, you're gonna play. Like you're gonna play a stud. It's no question. They play Thursday night, they play Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. I'm gonna play them. But if it's a guy you're like, I don't know, such and such hurt, should I play him? Blah blah. Just go with what you know. Don't make last minute adjustments and changes, especially not for no Thursday night games. The Jones will come back to bite you. Um, but I do like the strategy where, let's say if you got somebody on Monday night and you want to kind of match, like they say they have two players on Monday night and you want to match them on Monday night. I'm not saying take out your stud to match him for Monday night, but if you have a player, a tight end, or somebody who's playing Monday night too, and you want to try to match theirs so that you have someone going into Monday night, then that strategy can come out and be beneficial to you if you know what you're doing and you do it right.
All right, auto pick for CJ. It'll be Giovanni Bernard. Shark Week is on the clock.
So I don't know. At this point, anybody got any questions or anything? You know, maybe there aren't any.
I must say, this is when the draft gets really important.
Oh,
These later rounds, knowing who is still on the board, keeping track of who's playing, because it is an offline draft. But this is where it becomes really important. This is where you get the gems. This is also where you could possibly get someone that you can keep for 3 years in this league. So yeah, that's it's really important here. I'm going to give 15 more seconds to Shark Week.
yeah. Don't take these late rounds light. Do not take these late rounds light. Yeah, I think if it's your first one offline, it can definitely be a doozy because there's a lot of you have to pay attention to. You know, it feels like the time is moving faster. There's not like a list of players in front of you that you can just pick. You know, so it is different. Um, yeah,
It also shows who's paying attention in fantasy. It also shows that Marcus is on auto pick. He is going to get I'm not going to do that to him because Tyrell Williams is out for the rest of the year. I'm going to get T. Higgins, wide receiver out of Cincinnati. Next on the clock is we have back-to-back picks. Jesus, this is the problem when you have so many people on auto pick and you have to pick for them. Sam Darnold is going to be the next pick, and then the Denver Broncos defense for I think Denver's already gone. If Denver's not gone, it'll be Danny Amendola. Next to pick will be Sir Drip Lord.
Yeah, Denver's not gone.
Denver's still on the board.
Denver's still there.
Thank
Denver,
you.
a sneaky defense too. I like Denver as a defense. They're sneaky. They played a lot of tough games last year. So I'm with it. Yeah. So I appreciate y'all letting me indulge y'all, on here and give my analysis and talk my smack. And you know, I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure people may not agree with some of the stuff that I said. Other stuff y'all gonna see come true, and then some stuff I'm just gonna be flat out wrong, though. Like, and I'll admit it if I am.
Drip Lord, I'll give you 30 seconds because I didn't put it on the board to see. So Drip Lord, 30 seconds.
I think online will help Jeremy help the commissioner, because he not gonna have to put no stickers on the wall, none of that.
None of that. So Drip Lord selects Nick Foles, quarterback of the Chicago Bears. We now have Big Thad on the clock.
Yeah, but nah, I do appreciate the live draft though. I like the live draft. Um, I think in this day and age, it's like it's like going into work versus working remotely. Like, just work remotely. Mm. But yeah, like I said, I think everybody's team has potential. There's some good teams. Teams I like more than others, but nobody's team is like trash. You be like, oh, this team is disgusting. Um, but I thought my team was gonna win it all, and they end up 4-9, something crazy in fantasy, like losing record. Um, so it's really about how you pivot during the season when stuff goes wrong.
All right, the pick is in. Big Thad selects Miles Boykin. Mama Magic's on the clock.
How you pivot when stuff goes wrong, how you make adjustments, your waiver wire claims and pickups. I mean, I don't know how that situation goes, and if there's a like, is it a rolling waiver wire, but who you find in a waiver wire? Sometimes that can save your season. That can save your season. So definitely don't just have your team and just not pay attention to what's happening around the league, or looking for potential guys that you could add to your roster to make it better. Definitely want to keep your eyes out for that. Um,
30 seconds left for Marlon. 30 seconds, Mamba Magic.
yeah. Excuse me.
Bless you there, Harold. We are almost done. We have an auto pick. Anthony McFarlane Jr. is going to be the selection for Mamba Magic. Anthony McFarlane Jr. Next is the champ.
Still have. See here. Even though we're at the end of the draft, these last picks matter. Thank you. Yeah, these last picks matter for sure. So make them wise. This is the part where people go online and try to find Super sleepers. I think a lot of y'all already kind of got a lot of the people that I would have selected. There's a couple still left out there. I think it could produce.
All right, the pick is in. Archie selects, or the champ selects. And I just had it up here. Dawson Knox. Next on the clock is Frank.
Dawson Knox, nice little tight end for Buffalo. Had a couple games where he showed flashes, but yeah, you know, this is a 16 round pick, 17 round pick. So not high expectations there. So I know we're talking football, but basketball is on. Playoffs are happening right now. Boston is up 25-11 to Toronto.
Were there any games earlier?
Not that I'm aware of. I think this one just started this afternoon. You have one later, Clippers in Denver at 9.
All right, Team Frank is going to select Broncos. Beckett's Bay Hive is on the clock.
So we'll be watching that, see if Denver can beat the Clippers again, if it's possible. Yeah. What Jeremy? What is the winner? The league get? What is the prize for the winner?
I believe it's I gotta look at the monetary amounts. I believe it was 180 for the winner. 180 for the winner. I think it was 60 for second place, or oh no, hold on, that can't be. I gotta look at the breakdown. I have it written down already.
Cash prize.
30 seconds for Beckett's Bay Hive.
So that is all we got here. Food. It's going to stave off elimination tomorrow.
All right. Beckett's Bay Hive is on auto draft. Danny Amendola, wide receiver. Slumlord Commish is next.
You think the Bucks are going to stave off eliminate? Nope, not happening though. Without Giannis Antetokounmpo, it's a done deal. Rap City in the basement. Get him out of here. It just, I mean, Middleton he had a good game last game, but he can't do that every game. So it's a done deal. I don't anticipate seeing him.
The pick is in for Slumlord Commish, which is me, Devontae Booker, running back of the Falcons. And then the next pick for me again, Dan Bailey. Beckett's Bay Hive is on the clock right now.
Yeah, he twisted his ankle, and the thing is, he tried to play on it and finished it again. And I don't know if you've ever we got nurses here, so you sprain your ankle and then you try to play on it again, and he re-sprained it. So yeah, it was all bad. So I mean they carried him off the court and all that. So he's done. They cannot win without him. And I know they said he's gonna ice it. and whatever. I mean, he's finished. I mean, the ice and all that, it's just not enough to play at the highest level that they play at. Just not enough. So I don't foresee them actually winning. I don't see it.
All right, the pick is in. Beck's Bayhive, Matt Gay kicker, Team Frank on the clock. This is the final round, by the way.
We down to the home stretch. Oh, this Joan like my job, dog. This Joan 8-hour affair. This Joan going at it all day. Y'all gotta win the chip, you know. Gotta win. Wow, you definitely not enough worth causing even more damage. I mean, yeah, I mean it looked bad. He probably just need to sit down and just chill.
All right, auto pick for Frank, Jalen, Richard, running back. Next, the champ on the clock.
Yeah, I don't see him pushing through this one. He could barely stand. So go home to your families, exit the bubble, be done with it. I'm interested to see how this NFL season is going to play out. Like I said, they haven't really like came out and spoke on what they're doing with the seats and that situation. Just seemed a little funny to me. Like just seemed like, are they going to do concessions? Are they going to do like they're going to fill the stadium only like a certain percentage or no? I really don't have any clarity on that. And so a week before the season, that sounds a little fishy to me. So, I mean, I hope everybody, even fantasy owners, are prepared for how COVID is going to impact the year.
All right, Archie made his pick. The champ made his pick. Ito Smith. Next on the clock, Mamba Magic.
But I'm anticipating that COVID is going to potentially impact an entire team and cause them not to be able to play. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. If there's an outbreak in one of the teams. And then if there's an outbreak with one of the teams and they just play, you're going to have to basically evaluate how far or extent of the outbreak to some of the other teams. It could just be all bad quick. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do and how they approach it. But the fact that there hasn't been a whole lot of talking about it is kind of alarming to me. You know, it's kind of alarming. It's like sitting in the movies with your youngin and you on a first date and you try to put your arm around her like this to get her comfortable, and then it just seems a little funny to me. I don't know.
All right, auto pick for Mamba Magic. Be Tennessee Titans defense. Big Thad on the clock.
Yeah, so we're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens. You know, they're almost like trying to act like there's no COVID-19. Like the NFL is almost convinced America like there's no COVID-19. I haven't heard travel restrictions. I haven't heard anything outside of how they're handling the facilities. But are they going to test before the games? Are they going to? I don't know. Like we don't know.
Yeah, you're right about that, Harold. The football has definitely made people think that COVID-19 isn't real. You see what's happening, especially in like the SEC, ACC territory, Big 12. You already see Big 10 and Pac-12 have shut down, but those other three conferences, they're still trying to have games, even though people are testing positive.
Oh yeah, yeah. COVID-19 is all real too. I got 2 coworkers that I know that contracted it. So Joan is not a joke. But
All right, we are gonna. Oh, Jalen Hurts, quarterback, Philadelphia. Pick just came in. That is Big Thad's pick. Jalen Hurts. Next on the clock is Sir Drip Lord.
yeah, so I don't know what's gonna happen with that whole situation. I'm just like, okay, we just gonna just ride this train into the just hope that the tracks don't split because I don't know. I don't know. Not confident in the league being able to complete this year without issue. The question will just be how devastating the issue will be, how many people will be impacted. Um, basketball has done a good job in how they've kind of limited the exposure and they've done virtual fans and stuff like that. But you gotta think it's different in football because football stadiums hold more people than basketball stadiums. And they're not trying to let an entire football stadium have to operate without being able to get money from it. So
We are getting the pick in. I was just trying to get some clarification. All right. So Drip Lord selects Brian Hall. Brian Hall, running back. Next on the clock is we have auto picks. So we are going to then get DeAndre Washington off the board and Russell Gage off the board. Next on the clock is Shark Week.
yeah, so Braves, Washington, Philly, closed the fans. I think Kansas City said 20% at one point, but never heard more after that. I'm gonna tell you, all that no close the fan stuff. Watch, listen, it's monkey see, monkey do out here. If Kansas City can do it successfully with a lower capacity, then the other teams are gonna be like, oh, well, we're gonna do the same thing. They're gonna try to like copycat each other. Um, and if there is a breakout from the crowd, not the players, but like within the crowd, you probably will never hear about it. They won't. I mean, those people will go to the stadium, then leave and go back, and they probably contract the disease, and you won't hear anything about it. Um, it's just, I don't know, like I had that, I had that in my intro. I was like, we didn't think would be here, football would be here, but thanks to capitalism and greed, it's here. Football is here. It's back.
I'm gonna give 15 seconds to Marcus.
Yeah, I said earlier in the year before, when we were before the bubble, before all of that, the question was asked, would the NFL risk it, with COVID? Yeah, yeah. Capitalism and greed, people don't care if people die. They want them checks. They want that bread, and they know how much money is tied to it. You got Vegas, even the fantasy football world. Like there's a capital that's grown in that space. So
All right. Next pick up seems like it just came in, but if that person is not here,
Jeremy gonna
next
have
final pick for Shark Week is going to be Josh Reynolds, wide receiver, Rams. CJ on the board.
Jeremy gonna have to lead the board up for the whole year. Gonna have to come home to the board every day. All the work he put in on that board. You can't just rip it down after the draft. You gotta keep it up there the whole year football done. 2021 Super Bowl had a draft board up, man. My man got the stick. He doing everything to get this. Taking the through in here, taking the bar, you know, all the work he got put in for this show. The GMAT on.
All right. Auto pick for this one. I don't see. All right. Auto pick for this one is going to be Jerick McKinnon, running back, 49ers. Next on the board is Bend the Knee.
People out here. TJ Houshmandzadeh still out there. You know, here. Championship. We down. We at the last. We picking this thin pickings. Last heave ho. I think we got like 3 picks left.
Harold, before we get out of here, I want to say we greatly appreciate you doing the expert analysis for this draft. Greatly appreciated. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Hey man, I listen. I enjoy fantasy. I love fantasy. I love football. You know, I'm glad that I could come on here and do this. Um, you know, I like I said, I play fantasy. This actually helps me for my draft tomorrow, so I can had to do like my research and stuff, and get ready. So I appreciate just the opportunity, man. It's all love, sure.
Right, auto pick for Bend the Knee will be Benny Snell Jr. Next on the be another auto selection of it'll be Malcolm Brown of the Rams for Nicholas. And now last but not least, Mr. Irrelevant, Matt is neat. 1 minute on the clock.
Man, Jeremy gonna go to sleep tonight, have nightmares about draft picks, young stickers, he gonna be in the bed with the stickers. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, nah, after this, man, I'm gonna go ahead and eat some dinner, watch some of this game, you know, and next week, this week, Thursday, time is flying. It's already getting chilly outside. Everybody had to break the windbreak out the other day because it's getting cold. So, but I'm ready. I'm ready for some football though. I am.
All right, Mr. Irrelevant is going to be Kyle Rudolph, tight end of the Minnesota Vikings. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. I want to thank everyone for participating, all the team owners. We greatly appreciate it. Also, thank you once again, Harold, for doing what you do. Harold, before you leave, let everyone know where they can find you.
You can follow us at OSS 980 at OSS 980 on Instagram. You can listen to the podcast on all major podcasting platforms, Other Side of Sports. Appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all. appreciate, you guys accepting me. I know I'm not family, but I feel like I am. So
All right. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. The results will be in, and we'll be updating everyone the status of the GFFFL every week on the Sports Reality Podcast. We subscribe to us on any podcast platform. Just search the Sports Reality Podcast. Subscribe, leave a review, and let us so we can grow and reach more people. Thank you, everybody, once again, and everyone have a great rest of the evening and enjoy the NFL season.
peace.